Take two. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this edition of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It is 4:01. Oh, let's see. We would like to announce that you may record the meeting through given approval of the chair. If anyone would like to record the meeting, please indicate so. Number two, we are being video and audio recorded. This meeting will be shown on the town's YouTube channel. Please don't say or display anything you wouldn't want shown there. Things we learned in kindergarten. I'd like to get a motion to, all comments through the chair, please. Recent open meeting law, boy, chair's got a lot of responsibility, and we all have a lot of responsibility not to be brought up in civil court. So if you didn't take that course, I urge you to, because it will be reflected in my activities. Can we get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
It will be the members sitting here at the table, which are Angus, Abby, Val, myself, and Connie. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let's see. Incomplete first item on the agenda is commission discussion. I believe, Holly, I'd asked to put incomplete applications on the agenda. Just introduce the topic. When we did our best practices, we voted to empower staff to turn away incomplete applications. Staff my understanding is need some help, and that's being remedied. But in the meantime, we've kind of stepped up to the plate, and during our review for consents and consent with conditions and views, we added the category incomplete. I would just personally like to encourage the members to, if an application is incomplete with respect to not only your thoughts on how the information should be presented, but also your experience here at the table and how your cohorts would consider it incomplete, to please make a note of what's missing and ask staff to reach out to the individual. It's not beneficial to say it's incomplete. Please reach out to this individual without giving a list. Staff need to be able to quickly process something like that. It needs to be succinct, to the point, bulleted, requires X, Y, Z in order to be heard. If we run into a problem with that, we'll deal with it then. But we did vote that staff could turn these away if they're not complete, and that's a basic tenet of regulatory authority. Certainly the commissioners can make the same. If we can vote that staff can do it, the commissioners can make the same determination. So I just wanted to, one, bring it up, two, as a reminder, three, to encourage you to please use it. We've had a couple of applications in the last couple meetings that have taken an inordinate amount of time, and it really, there's an acronym, it begins with it, SUC, I can't think of what the acronym, I can think of the acronym, I can't think of the word, so I won't say it, but it takes a lot of our time and we need to not be doing it. So please help out. Would anyone like to comment on incomplete applications?
I think that's a great, Val Oliver, a great idea. And I have started doing that myself, sending why it's incomplete, so these guys can just forward to the person, and hopefully that will make a difference. And really, I think we need to express to applicants, you won't be heard. We've been nice because we're trying to help people out, and they've been waiting and all that, but it's not fair to us to sit here and try to patch stuff together.
Yeah. Or to the other individuals who
Right.
have an application in, or to the folks who are sitting home eating popcorn.
Right.
Thank you, Val. Angus, did you want to comment?
I just agree with what's been said. It shouldn't take all of our volunteer time. That's their working time, and they need to finish the applications. And I try to send in the specifics on what's incomplete.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone else, anyone online? Or any, Carrie or Joe, comment? No?
I agree with what's.
Thanks, Joe. Okay, so that was that topic. It was a reminder. We're going to move on to old business of 10:29. To come back by noon. Oh, that was, they needed to respond. 3 Primrose. Which one? Yes, I will. Thank you. That's a good. Yeah, he's canvassing Europe to write us here back at home. Okay, before we begin with 3 Primrose Lane, I want to note that under old business of 11:05, 2024, let's see, 4 Mariner Way and 6 Mariner Way are being held until next week. They'll be towards the beginning of the agenda if there's anyone on Zoom who is here for those two. The basis for that is that we are short a member who actually happens to be chairing both of these applications, who is Ray Paul. And all the other old business noting for other people that if you are anticipating having Ray sit on your application under old business, of course, as I just said, he's not here, and you'll have the opportunity to hold off if you'd like. However, we do have a full roster of very capable alternates, and there's none of these applications that do not have an alternate or 2 or 3 available. So I'd encourage you to let us just conduct business. With that, we'll go to 3 Primrose. Okay, so Amy, I'll take a question on the process, but not on the, any qualitative statements on the Mariner Way stuff.
Completely understand. I just wanted to be sure you said they're being held till next week. That's correct.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Okay, Ethan, good evening.
Sure, Ethan Griffin, on behalf of the applicant. So the board asked us to do a little bit more research as to what may have been previously approved on this project. Just give you a little background. These are for adding a gate to a driveway off of Primrose Lane. There were 2 existing light posts there, and the board was wondering what the deal with those were. The application the posts were reviewed by HDC as part of a driveway apron application back in 2020, and they were approved with a photo of it. So I don't know if that application was specific to the posts themselves, but the HDC looked at them, reviewed them, and said, these look fine, don't have to come back. Incidentally, also 13 and 5 Primrose have the exact same posts that were approved by HDC installed, and one was approved in 2021, and the other was approved in 2024. So I just want to give you a little background, and that was included in the resubmission.
Okay, Ethan, just a question. Is there a reason the stamp drawings, I'm not questioning your, the veracity, but is there a reason the approved stamp drawings weren't included?
They are.
I don't see a stamp on any of these. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Okay. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Or would you like to just launch into comments? The board is myself, Val, Angus, Abby, and let's see, we'll just try and work through a rotation here. Carrie, who's listed first. Questions, or let's just begin comments, please.
I could start.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So
Abby.
I'm sorry that these were approved, that there's a precedence for these, because Eel Point area, this looks so formal to me. It just looks even odd for the entire of Nantucket. I can't even think of a place where these would look appropriate. So from that point of view, I mean, I don't see the gate proposed, but I mean, whatever it is should be. So, yes, I did see that picture. I thought that was previous. Very much simplified from that has been submitted.
Thank you, Abby. Let's see, Angus?
I honestly couldn't believe that they existed, so I've just come from there about 20 minutes ago to take a picture of them. I didn't, yeah, it seems formal, and I understand if it's a private lane and it's not really visible from a well-traveled path, but maybe the other Primrose driveways that are used as examples are further down and out of view, but this one that we're looking at tonight is visible from Eel Point Road, and I wish, I wish it were natural and simple like the rest of the gates that the HDC is regularly approving. So I think simplification is, just because this is the one that is seen from Eel Point, would probably be the best thing, and ideally it would be, a gray if it has to be painted, so that it blends in better. That's about the posts that are already approved, but the gate itself ideally would be natural and simpler. Thank you.
Thank you. Val?
Yeah, I agree with everybody's concerns. This is, in addition to the pillars that are already there with the lights on them, this is a back a little farther, more posts and a gate. It seems like a lot. I was thinking initially that these were going to be swinging from the posts already there. So I agree. Simplification is probably the best way to go.
Thank you. Carrie?
I agree with everybody. I think this is unusual, and if anything, it would be natural to weather and set back further and really disappear. I don't think gates are appropriate.
Thank you. The only way I could subscribe to a gate is if these posts were moved further back in the driveway. It kind of a quid pro quo. I would suggest that, the HTC, we're all human, we make mistakes, and that's why things are case by case versus precedential. I don't think that this is a precedent for Eel Point, and I would vehemently argue against that if it were brought up by someone. I also think that this is visible from Eel Point, very inappropriate, and hence looking to trade horses. If they're going to have a gate, the whole thing gets moved back by probably 5 feet
At least,
at
yeah.
least. Other thoughts, or Ethan, would you
Through the
like to?
chair, hey, I just want to clarify a couple points, if that's okay.
Please.
So we actually put them on new posts behind the hedge because we thought they would pull them further from the road, but we would be potentially happy attaching them to the gates or the existing posts as well, even if that meant moving them back 5 feet as a whole. I think they're probably potentially open to that. If we scroll to the next page, just because I want to get the board's temperature on simplification of the gate style. The next page shows the gates were approved at 5 Primrose. So I just want to scroll over to that. So you can see in the sort of left-hand corner, it's kind of a picket sort of style with a, I guess, curved kind of top. Is that a direction that the board would be more favorable or leaning towards? Again, these are approved, but obviously we're not saying it's a precedent, but just as a reference point.
Comments?
Yeah, I could.
Go ahead.
I think that's a lot more appropriate. It's simple, and you already have the post there. I don't know if having them 5 feet back is going to look even odder. I mean, I thought like Val that they were going to be attached to these posts, so I didn't realize they were going to be separate entities. So I would prefer that style as a gate.
But so that style attached to the post would be something that may be moving in the right direction.
So far, one. And just to clarify, my comment is not that they be separate. My comment is, now that I'm thinking about it, the posts are relocated at least 7 feet back, and then the gates are attached to the post. That would be the only way that I would conceive that these gates could be approved. And the trade-off in allowing the gates is that the posts are removed from the view of Eel Point as you drive by, because these are, if you're looking, that they make a very bold statement that is incongruent with even the fence, or I'm sorry, even the gate that this property uses along Eel Point Road, which is more of a horse fence, farm fence, to partition an access way from Eel Point. So these posts are incongruent in a lot of ways. But Abby, just to clarify, I'm not suggesting they be separate. I'm just suggesting they be further back.
The posts that are existing now?
exactly,
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
But in general, again, I just appreciate, I just want to clarify, attached to the existing posts, move the posts further back, simplification of the
And
panel style.
and personally, I think the option that you're proposing is more appropriate. I would prefer something even simpler, but I understand that there are these in the area. I think that it's far enough back that it won't be seen. So that's my position. Val, and then Angus, and then Carrie.
Okay, I have a suggestion. Black wrought iron, it will blend away, nobody will see it.
Ooh, or invisible green.
Well, we did think about sort of one of the darker greens as an alternative as well, but I'll throw that out to
Yeah.
the client and see.
Okay. Angus?
Dark green, definitely, or gray, or something that would sort of blend better. I would say gray might blend longer through the season, but, and as far as stepping it, I would prefer to see it all be one. I think it's more complicated with them separate from the posts. So together, simplified. It could be like that, but I'm with Steve. It could be simpler than that. But I don't think that 5 or 7 feet is going to make the difference whether it's seen or not. So I would be more in favor of whatever wouldn't be visible from Eel Point Road rather than specifying a foot dimension.
Fair enough. Go ahead, Abby, and then
I'm
Carrie.
just thinking of, because I don't want these popping up all over the place. I was wondering if they would be at all inclined to change the color of those posts. Because that white is really,
Green is on the,
but I mean the posts themselves that are existing.
I'm happy to throw it out there. I mean, these are kind of a primrose thing, but if they have a new color,
I mean, I'll be so bold as to say we make that determination. If they want the gates, it's going to be a certain color, it's going to be a distance, and it's going to be a relocation of the posts. So that's our determination to make. If they don't want to do that, that's up to them. I'm not, throwing down an ultimatum. I just want to be clear to the commissioners that, obviously we make that determination.
I'm also just a tiny bit worried about making a precedence here, that if we okay this, that we're going to start seeing, because I did see one on Cliff Road, and I mentioned it to Holly like months ago, because it looked so out of place. So
Sure.
I just think we have to
Can I
be
address
careful.
that?
Yeah, sure.
So I'm going to go back to my prior statement. I think, precedent is something that gets used by applicants' agents, and I understand it, to validate something. We make determinations on topics like this on a case-by-case basis, number one. Number two, this approval would actually be to mitigate a single individual commissioner's approval of this that we voted on consent and we overlooked it. And three, we make mistakes, and we also take corrective action, and this is a corrective action in my mind. It kind of ties into my first point. So I understand Abby's concern. I think that we are actually trying to make an improvement on a bad situation, and I would suggest that this is not precedential. Carrie?
Setback and gray or dark green, and simpler than what is proposed. The photograph here, even the curve seems like it's a little fanciful and silly, but that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Carrie. I think Angus brought up an interesting concept, and we, as opposed to setting a design standard, we set a performance standard, and the design standard is a certain distance of feet from where it is currently, whereas the performance standard is, it's not visible from Eel Point Road. I actually prefer the performance standard, i.e. not visible from Eel Point Road. That's really what we're trying to accomplish. At that point, I would be less inclined to worry about the color, but do you want to, Ethan, take this under consideration, maybe put up some posts?
yeah, I mean,
and
I'll take a whole for revisions.
Yeah, and I think it would be beneficial to maybe put up some posts on where you think not visible from Eel Point is, and then we can do a view, and we can determine whether we agree with that, and if we do, then we can mark it out on a plan, and we can move forward with this
Sure.
relatively quickly
I'm
from that point.
More than happy to do that.
Okay, so we can get a motion to hold for revisions and a view
I'll make
with
that motion.
the post location simply staked.
So moved.
Okay, on Abby's motion, let's see, Abby,
Aye.
Angus.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. We're going to move to old business of 10-8, 12 and a half Pequot Street, and that is, do we have representation? Pequot, sorry. I am actually not sitting on this. So Val, it's you, Angus, Joe, Connie, and Carrie. Will you chair this?
I can try.
You can do it. I'm here for moral support if you need it.
Hi, this is Mike McKay. I just got activated as a panelist. Thanks. We're just presenting the garage. We had made revisions to it. This is a detached garage on the upper left side of this drawing. The house was approved several hearings ago. If we can just scroll down, can just go through the plans. Thank you. The we have the comparison from what we had originally proposed. It was like the house was maybe a little too ornate. We've simplified the garage structure with the shed dormer, step back three feet from the floor below. Simplified all the details with vertical windows, and we did two garage doors instead of one that we showed on that site plan. So the two is what we're proposing, and they match the main house. And the next slide shows the comparison on what we had before, what we had presented before, and where we are today. Again, it was much more detailed and ornate.
Okay, thanks, Michael. Who would like to start? Anybody?
I'm happy to go ahead. It's
Thank you,
Angus.
Angus.
I appreciate the modifications, the simplification. I don't have a scale, but it looks like the dormers are within the minimum guidelines for like the maximum size dormers. I think it's just the dormers really overwhelm the roofs still. So I would rather see them set further back from the wall planes that they come to, and come off the ridge. Looks like it's going all the way up, so to come maybe a foot down from the ridge. And just, yeah, just smaller, but, ideally a couple of feet in every direction, but I think that's my main issue, but I do appreciate the simplification. It's come a long way.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
I can go there.
Okay, go ahead, Connie.
I also appreciate the revisions and the simplification. I would have liked to see what the house looks like. Does this match the house with the little flare?
I believe the
Michael?
house was a gambrel.
Oh, okay. And yes, if we could somehow make that dormer smaller, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, let me see who else is on here.
I can go, Val. This is Joe
Thank you,
speaking.
Joe. Go ahead.
Hi. I echo Connie's comment regarding the main house. I know that we approved it, and I recall some of the details, but I think it would be helpful as probably a general rule that if we're doing a secondary structure, that somewhere in the application we're tied into the main house, whether it's existing or recently approved. It would be super helpful to
Yeah.
have them side by side. Especially in this situation where on the site plan where the end of the house and the end of I think it's the north end of the garage actually align with each other. And I think it would be to the applicant's benefit to have, we'll call it a streetscape evident. So I think that with respect to the architecture, the east and the west elevations feel the most appropriate, and the south. I actually think that unfortunately the north elevation, which faces the road, I think is the least successful of the elevations. I appreciate the simplicity of the building and the fenestration, but I almost feel like there'd be some benefit if you could take the gang windows on the first floor and split them apart a little bit wider. Maybe there's three. It depends on your floor plan, but I feel like there's a lot of shingle area. And to me, that shingle area is kind of amplifies the shingle area that is on the cheek walls of the dormer. It really feels like somebody sat on this house and kind of squished it. I think that Angus's comments about pulling the dormer off the ridge and pulling them in left to right would make a huge difference. And before Amos spoke, when I looked at this, I thought you might even increase the pitch on the main gable. I know that might seem counterintuitive, but this is where having a view of the main house alongside it would help. But it feels like that pitch, which I think is like an 8 3/4 or something, that the combination of adjusting the dormers and making that pitch steeper may help to make it feel a little bit less top heavy, actually. I don't have any issue with I think the massing itself just needs to be finessed a little. And then the fenestration on the first floor of the north elevation, and the cheek walls of the shed dormers. So those are my concerns. Thank you.
Okay, is Carrie on?
I am, and I agree with everybody so far. I would just also suggest with the reduction of the dormers to sort of rework the windows in there. They just seem, I don't know, static up in those dormers. I think you should spread them out a little bit. And then just the pedestrian doors, they seem very formal for a garage. Why not put in some glass doors? Maybe 6, just to match the windows with 6 light and some wood. Thanks.
Okay, so that leaves me. Wow, Michael, I was thinking this was going to get approved tonight. I think if I do remember the main house, so that is helpful, and I agree if there was a little clip of it somewhere, it would be helpful for you guys. I just want to say the height is great at 21.6. It is behind the house, and Wee Weeder is unimproved here. That's just paper road, as is Holly Street. So the road that you'd see it from is Pequot, and I don't know that we're going to see too much of it from Pequot, but those are my thoughts. So what do you want to do, people?
I would make a motion to hold for minor revisions as far as the fenestration and the dormers. And one thing I wanted to add was that right now I think it's 3.5 pitch for the dormer and the minimum is 4. So I would keep that in mind as revisions happen. So the motion is to hold for revision.
Okay, everyone in favor of Angus's motion? I guess we have to do voice because these guys are online. Carrie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Abby's not on it, right? Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, sorry, Michael.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank
We'll be
you.
back.
Thanks, Val, nice job. And now you're on deck.
No, we're gonna hold. We
Oh, that's a
want Ray to be on it.
Okay, so
Okay,
we're
thank you.
holding number 1, Old North Wharf of 1022 Old Business. And due to waiting on a prior existing member. That brings us to 35 Center Street.
Yeah.
Do we have Act Smart?
Oh, wow.
Okay, so we'll temporarily hold that one. That moves us to old business of November 5th, 2024, 26 Arlington, solar shingles, Isaacson Solar.
Should be interesting.
Anyone? Is this the Tesla?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's the sample that's in the office, correct?
How many people went and looked at the sample?
I didn't look at the sample, I just.
I knew you didn't, so I brought it over.
Oh,
I mean, I didn't know you didn't, but I guessed you didn't. Now you get a chance to look at it. They brought,
is that the size, is that the
Yeah.
actual size of
Yeah.
the?
Yeah.
and they did some good images. They provided some,
Yeah, I saw those, but I didn't.
but this helps with scale. Do we have someone from Isaacson Solar?
There, yes. Can I,
Michelle? Good evening, Michelle. Your board is myself, Abby, Angus, Val, and Connie. And are you steering? Are you gonna, do you want to share the screen and go through this, or would you like to kindly direct staff to the pages as you go?
yeah, we can just, I'll direct you as we go.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and begin.
So we had presented this a few months back and a sample was requested, as you were just talking about, which we dropped off. And there are some photos of an actual install on page, I believe it's 9. So what this is an actual building integrated solar system. So not your traditional solar panels on top of an actual roof. This would actually take place of the roof itself and be the solar producing solar shingles. So the plan would be to strip off the existing roof on Arlington, completely ice and water it, and then put down this system here.
Okay, anything else?
I'm more than happy to answer any additional questions if we have. I don't know if you guys want to kind of, so the shingle that we dropped off, that is the actual size, as is the passive tile, which is the non-solar producing. I believe I dropped one of those off as well.
Yep.
So it's going to look like a, uniform aesthetically, all the same color. There's very minimal difference. You won't actually even see a difference in active or passive from the road. So yeah, it would be the entire roof. I don't know if anyone on the board has specific questions.
Yeah, we'll jump into that next. Who would like to begin?
I will.
Val?
My concern has always been the shine factor to the product. And what's interesting looking at these sampled roofs you have sent us is you can't see where they are. Which is the active and which isn't. Are these shingles you're showing us the same size as the sample?
They are, yes. So obviously I apologize. I'm not there. I don't know if you have them physically with you. So
We do.
yeah. So the passive tile is the completely metal one. So that's the one, if you turn it around, it looks like there's some kind of foam board or styrofoam board or something along the lines behind it. The passive tile is the other. If anything, that's the one that might have a slight shine and nothing as, glaring as a traditional solar panel. That's the one that actually has the solar producing cells.
Any follow-up questions on that?
And I do want to kind of just touch base and let you guys know, I apologize that this wasn't mentioned before, but there actually is a house on Nantucket that has Tesla solar roof as well already.
You really buried the lead there, Michelle.
Where is it? And did we approve it?
It was done by Tesla a few years back, 328 Nantucket. I
It never
apologize.
got installed.
Yeah.
Oh, it didn't. Okay.
No.
No, we approved it, but it wasn't completed because the sacrificial panels weren't determined at that point to be workable, which when we get to my questions, I'm going to address. Dale, any follow-up?
So, yeah, it's interesting that you can cut them and they look so
Yeah,
perfectly,
I'm going to get into the mechanics on that.
okay. Thank you.
Okay, concerns other than the sheen?
Well,
Yeah, I think that's the only thing I have too.
I mean, it is an anomaly for us to have something of this width, but we were willing to try it in a more public area, and this is kind of out in the boonies, so you'll be the test case.
Yeah. Let's see, that's Val, Abby, Angus, and Carrie.
I can go ahead. It's
Oh, wait, I'm
Angus.
sorry.
Yeah.
I reverted to Act Smart. It's myself, Abby, Angus, you're up, and then Connie.
Thank you. So, I mean, I think it's exciting to have something that's integrated. We've been looking for this for a while so that there isn't a separate panel floating somewhere on a roof that the color will never match. And when I see the photographs of it looking like it's all continuous, like the same color and sheen and all of that, that makes me more excited, even though it's an odd scale. It's like, it's not as big as the rolled asphalt roofing of, you know, the 40s or something, but it's also far from the 1 foot by 3 foot shingle panel. So I think that there's an exciting trade-off there with just the continuity of the color and texture. But I would want to confirm that in fact, the borders around these panels blend seamlessly in with the panels themselves. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Connie?
Yeah, I have really nothing else to add. I'm also very interested in actually seeing how this works out. Thank you.
Thank you. So I find these are the first solar panels that we've seen that replicate the traditional form, by form I mean shape, of the roof shingle, and also the application technique. So they're not raised from the roof plane. So that's very interesting and hopeful. I, like the other members, am concerned about the blendy aspect of these, and more particularly, Michelle, how are these edges addressed? Is it with a, let's say let's say you're laying out a roof and you need a third of a panel. Is the third of a panel integrated somewhere in the field within the roof, or is it applied on one or the other end? And if it's applied on one or the other end, how is the edge where it's been cut folded over and made to look like the rest of it?
That's a good question. So Tesla's kind of taken the bull by the horn, so to speak, with this product to make it look seamless, similar to a metal roof. So everything that we put down, with the exception of obviously the underlayment, which is a rubber membrane, is made out of a black metal. So the flashing, the valleys, anything around any type of penetration, as you can see, is all going to blend in, including the ridge cap. To answer your question, you can kind of see it on this photo that someone zoomed in on. Thank you. Any panel that we do need to cut is going to be the start point.
Gotcha.
Vaguely on this photo here that usually the starting tile, which would be the metal one, is the ones that we have to trim to essentially make it all seamless.
Okay. And I noticed the Isaacson blue car in the roadway, so we know this is legit. And
Actually,
the roof cap is the
in there
same
in person.
material? I'm sorry, Michelle?
I was saying I was looking to forward to being there in person today, but unfortunately I had to vote. So I think that took a little bit higher of a priority, but I'm here.
Yeah, no complaints there. We appreciate the presentation, the additional imagery. I just want to confirm, all the metal is, that it's the same run, paint, so on and so forth, as shown in the images?
Correct. Everything is going to be kind of that slate black look.
Okay, and then the last question is, to what extent, if any, is the sheen tempered by atmospheric conditions, dust, wind, rain, all that stuff? It seems like it's got a little bit of a sheen. It's not like an iPad screen sheen, but there's some. Is that something that fades away a little bit, or to a matte, or not quite a matte, or it doesn't change at all?
I haven't seen it change at all. If anything, it might slightly dull over time. But, and one of the questions that always comes up in regards to maintenance, as far as dust or sand or whatever the case is, there's really no maintenance plan to stay on it, similar to what you would do on your regular roof. I apologize, I kind of went off track there. But the sheen is going to stay pretty consistent, if anything, very minimal change.
Okay, thank you. Just informational. I'm not sure, I mean, I'm trying to read the temperature. It seems to me like this is approvable, subject to it being a test case, given its location. And our concerns are noted for the record, which are the sheen and the size. Oh, well, on size, Michelle, the imagery appears that, and it may just be a trick of the larger plane of the roof, but relative to, for instance, your waste stack pipe for ventilation, which is typically say a 3-inch pipe, in the imagery you provided, the panels appear to be slightly smaller. Is there more than one size?
No, there.
To be used on the same, I'm sorry, not to be used on the same roof, but to be used in conjunction with one another. Is there this is the large and there's a medium?
No, they're all the same size.
Okay, so it's just an optical on what we're looking at. Okay, I just wanted to hit that before we proceeded.
You're looking at is the ridge cap that's going over kind of that first row of tiles there. It's almost making it look smaller.
Okay. I mean, that tracks. I'm okay with it. I just wanted to ask so we knew.
Just have one more question.
Yeah, Abby, please.
So it looks like this is a pretty simple roof and a really good one to try it out on. There is a smaller shed or something to the right, and I was just hoping that it wasn't going on that it's just going on the main structure.
That is correct. Yeah, just the main structure.
Just the main structure, okay.
And we will note, of course, that these are black, which is one of the guidelines, is that the roof be black. And these aren't black with metal, visible strands of metal for the solar optic. It's actually all black. Okay, would someone like to make a motion that addresses test case and due to location?
Sure. Yeah, the dormer, but not
Okay.
the little shed, not the
No,
little
it would be the
addition.
whole roof.
Yeah, and I just want to add, just on the test case for the record, is I think it's beneficial that there are different planes. There's a dormer, there's the main roof. It's helpful for us to get a better read on what these things are going to look like going forward, so that's good. Abby, your motion is to approve based on the fact that this is a test case and given the location of the property.
Yeah, all of those things.
Okay.
Yes.
It is, all of us are here, right? So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Michelle, thank you. We appreciate your patience. This is a very sensitive topic out here on Nantucket. The whole island is a National Historic Landmark. So again, we appreciate your patience.
Yeah. Any other questions, don't hesitate to reach out, and I'm glad to get this going.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks so much. We are now on to 60 Nobodier Ave, a roof, permits plus. Rob? Mark's not around, so we'll do a soft hold on that one too. Tobias isn't, or Xmart, yeah, Tobias isn't around on that one. Okay. That moves us to 32 Canterbury. Reed? Your board is myself, Joe, Angus, Abby, and Connie. Oh, you know what? Yeah, okay, I skipped the sequence, I'm sorry. I pre-laid this out anticipating everyone would be here. I'll catch up on that. Reed, go ahead.
All right, thank you. All right, so this is revisions to a new dwelling in Canonbury Lane. To start out with just some sighting revisions, we moved the house back about 12 feet. In terms of plan, so the general consensus from the last meeting was that there was no issue with the H plan, but just a relationship between the two gables facing the street. So I'll refer to them as the right and left hand as it relates to the street going forward. But basically, the right-hand gable moved forward about 4 feet 6 inches. Part of that is the entire mass moving 18 inches. And then the other growth there is the gable itself moving 3 feet. And part of that was it was allowed us to, it was brought up that the dormers on the right-hand mass were encroaching on the minimum setback as it related to building with Nantucket in mind. So with that growth of length on that ridge, we were able to pull that dormer off, consolidate it into one, create a much more controlled method of fenestration, and bring it off the gable ends. The left-hand gable was dropped by 12 inches and the right-hand gable was raised 6 inches. So the big concern here last meeting was the relationship between their heights, with the more slender volume being taller than the wider one. So we, although it's fairly close, made that wider volume taller. That middle connection also was modified to a 1 3/4 story per recommendation of Steve. Joe had mentioned that the transoms over our living space that can be seen on the northern elevation made that elevation a bit messy. So we removed those transoms and also moved the chimney to the exterior. And then that covered porch, the ridge was commented as too high. So by changing the pitch and reducing the width of it, we reduced that ridge height by about 3.5 feet, or roughly half as requested by Joe. And then this wasn't explicitly asked for by anybody, but the rear massing of the structure was reduced to a single story height. And there were some comments regarding the integrated deck and the decking overall on the second floor. And so obviously all of those are eliminated with that revision. I think that it generally summarizes the changes. So with that, we'll look for comments.
Thanks, Reed.
Oh, sorry, can I make
one more?
It was brought up that in some of the context photos, there were most of the gable forwards had 2 windows, so we added 2 windows to the gables forward. Sorry, that's it.
Thank you. Who would like to begin? And I, just on the board, I'm going to correct myself, so we will activate Carrie on this. Okay,
Mr. Chair,
yeah.
Rob sent comments on from Sconset, and he said that the changes are better, and I would concur with that. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't see a color there, but blue. No, that's fine. Let's see. I'm going to pick Joe Paul.
Okay. I previewed this, and all of the concerns that I had have been resolved. I think you resolved them quite well. And I think the change that you made to the, we'll call it the secondary structure, is a huge improvement. So at this point, I think this is appropriate. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Joe. Let's see, Angus.
Thank you. I appreciate the revisions. I actually prefer the smaller, just the more diminutive dormers between these gables. It seems like a lot. It really makes it feel like a second floor. I'm looking in the east elevation, the front elevation. How it just, because all the windows are the same height, it's reading that it's going all the way across. And I think the gables made good transitions, but I'm missing the roof area between those gables and the smaller dormers, or at least different size windows. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Carrie.
I agree with Angus on that point. I think it helps to, I don't know, minimize the entire structure size or visual of the size. But I think the changes were really good ones, and I think it's a lot better and approvable. Thanks.
Thank you, Abby.
Yeah, I agree. I think what's proposed now is on the second floor, between the two gables is too rigid and repetitive, and I prefer the shed dormers in there just to break up that rigidity, give it a little more sconset appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Reed, appreciate the changes. I think what's been proposed is more appropriate. I don't disagree with the smaller dormers creating more of an informality. However, what the changes you've made have allowed you to jettison that reverse salt box, which is, I don't know anywhere where we've seen it between two gable forms. And I think in the field in 3 dimensions, that is going to look very awkward. So this change allows there to be a second floor wall, and then your porch roof dies into that, which is much more traditional, especially over a front door. Those are my comments. What would we like to do?
I can offer a motion for revisions. I think, I don't think that you see the salt box from anywhere. I agree. That's
Angus,
a very,
I'm sorry, we want to, do you want to go with the motion?
well, I would make a motion to go back to the long roof, as that you probably wouldn't see the profile version of that.
Mr. Chair, can I make a comment?
Yeah.
The windows in the previous version were coplanar, and they are as well with this one. So that revision is not consequential to any other part of the design. So if that would be something that we could do on a staff approval, if we do go back to it, or if it remains this way, it wouldn't change anything about the plan, footprint, or overall design.
Other than elimination of the second floor wall.
Right, yeah. I'm just saying in terms of the structure of the house and the widths proposed, there's no change.
Okay, thank you. So Abby, go
Could
ahead.
I add one more comment? I'm just looking at the back of the house, and I'm pretty sure it probably abuts conservation, but has anybody seen the amount of fenestration? When I talked about it being rigid and repetitive, those windows on the second floor, if you are out there with a deer sometime, that's going to be a lot of light. And I think that's why I appreciate the first rendition with the little dormers in the front, but I think that's a lot of fenestration for the back of the house.
Okay. Reed, we did had a motion, so I want to keep this short, but can you speak to the visibility of the rear of the structure?
So to my knowledge, that's Coast Guard land that's directly abutting to the rear. So to my knowledge, there's no, I guess, jurisdictional purview in the rear of the structure.
Okay, and then can you also speak to the height of the chimney?
So that was upon client's request. So we are beyond the minimum distance from that ridge to not need to exceed 3 feet, but in talking with, masons and other trades folk, it was requested that it be that tall. If that's something that you'd like to see lowered, we are within the minimum, or we are beyond the minimum distance to the ridge.
Yeah, I mean, you're well over the, it's, 3 feet with anything at 10 feet, or 3 feet at the ridge and 2 feet, anything within 10 feet. So, I mean, typically what would happen with that would be, I'm not suggesting necessarily for this design, but if you're looking for drafting, would be owls, and that changes the mass, because that's quite a bit of mass. I suppose it will only be visible from one side obliquely as you're going down Cannonberry, but I did want to mention it.
Okay.
Unless anybody has a similar concern with the chimney, I'm going to go back to Angus, and Angus, you want to make a motion?
I had a similar concern about the chimney as well, and also the glazing on the backside. I,
Okay, so Angus, I hate to interrupt you, but this is relevant. Can we address that in Map Geo? Can you pull that
Right
up?
here, right here. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I didn't mean to
No,
stall
that's
this
fine.
forward. So this one down, so this is the property. This is, ownership is the US Coast Guard, but then right in the middle is also land bank property, so town, so that is public.
And where to take it, those are paths over there?
Yes, to speak to Abby's concern
Yeah,
about
no,
visibility.
get it.
Thank
So, I mean, there is land bank, public land there, there aren't paths currently, but that doesn't mean things won't change. So, thank you for that, Holly. Angus, back to you.
can I just withdraw the motion for now, other than to a motion for revisions? Because I believe that the glazing on the west side needs to be addressed. I appreciate that there aren't sets of triple French doors, that they're like these long windows that have wall area in between, and they're just single, even though they're large glazed areas and repetitive. I feel like, but then in the gable, there's 4 on top of 4, and it feels like a lot. So between that and revising the front dormers, I don't know if anyone else has any concerns, and I do share the concern about the chimney height. It seems aberrant.
Okay, yeah, so it sounds like there's enough there to be working out some revisions, and we'll be in a better position to move on this at the next presentation. On Angus's motion to hold for revisions, Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
I'm an aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask a couple of
Yeah,
clarifying questions?
yep.
So Angus, just in terms of are you looking for shorter fenestration, less units? What would be some advice on, and just on the second floor?
It's just the having 4 above 4.
Okay.
So if there were like 3 above 4, or 2 sets of 2 and 1 set of 2 or something, just so that there's not all glass on both floors.
Okay, and then I'm a little unclear. So are we going back to the previous roof, or are we staying with, what was the consensus there on?
That you're going to have to make that determination. It seems as if there's support both ways, but Angus's original motion was to approve it with the original roof, to be clear.
Okay,
I think the primary concern was the dormers and the weight of the dormers as currently proposed.
okay.
I think that's good. Everybody? Okay, so we're going to move on to 25 North Pasture. P plus. Who's P plus?
Thank you.
Permits plus. Mark's not with us.
Is that the roof there?
That is revisions to a new dwelling. So, and, okay, I'm going to revisit Tobias here. Okay, I'll do that maybe one more time, and then we're just going to move on with that one, and we'll get Mark 2 more times. We're going to move on to 85 Orange. Is representation here? Yes. Oh, good evening. All right, so your board is myself, Angus, Joe Paul, Carrie, Connie.
Yeah.
And that is going to be your board. That's going to be your board for all of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, what's your name? I'm sorry.
Chris Anderson.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, hit accept.
Join as panelist.
Yes. And now you can start sharing.
Okay, Chris, you know the drill, right?
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead.
Let me share my screen. Good afternoon. I'm Chris Anderson with 85 Orange LLC, back again to present some of the revisions we've made through comments made from the board, starting with 85R Orange Street, which is labeled as dormer. We've laid them out in 3 because we've been back a couple times to kind of show some progress that we've made. Obviously, in the upper left, we've got the existing conditions, which is an old house with windows of many different types and sizes and a number of grid patterns. Came back a few times with the revision on the right to lead us to our current version and hopefully something more appealing. We've added some extra details on the doors. We've removed the fence on the front of the building, adding a railing to the front of the door, similar in style to one across the street. We've reduced the size of the windows on here in both levels. On the rear or on the lower level, we've reduced them mainly to supplement a countertop. There's a kitchen right behind there. Changed the gutters from a galvanized to a copper. Moving on. Again, showing the railing system on the stoop and changing the window on the 3rd floor off the recommendation of the board to a double hung. Not much change here except for adding some details. Again, the stoop on the right and the left, those are just additions and more detail to be added onto the design. And then the main changes here are, again, on the dormer, the recommendation was to make it smaller, which we reduced the left and right side by 12 inches. And bringing it up off the lower section of it up off the roof edge.
Okay.
Oop. Not a lot of major changes here from the last time, but just kind of fine tuning the details as asked, and then also making sure accurate measurements, roof pitches were added in detail into the plan to make sure we're presenting.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up.
No problem. First time doing this, I have to say.
No, you're doing pretty well. So that's the rear. Okay.
The windows were changed up there from our interpretation of the comments made. Very open to ideas if recommended.
Okay.
On the dormer, that is.
Thank you. Let's see, any questions for Chris at this time? All right, we will,
I just
Angus,
have
go ahead, yeah.
just a couple of questions about so usually we don't really show a graphic unless it's representational of what it is. So like the foundation that is saying 18-inch foundation and the front stoop that says brick, it looks like concrete block. So I just wanted to clarify what that was going to be.
It's currently a brick stoop right now.
Okay, and you're
in the
not,
foundation.
so I think what, if I may, Angus, is there's an incongruency with the pattern use and what's
Understood.
proposed based on the scale. So we're looking for a clarification on that.
That will be brick.
Great, okay. Any other questions, Angus?
Well, and then the rear one would have a granite block, just to understand that would go back to a courtyard in the rear of the home on the north side here.
Okay.
And the foundation is through the chair. The foundation is brick as well, like the stoop?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a 1970s infill within the old historic district. Appreciate the changes to the gable end windows and the proposed front door and stoop. The second story windows in the south look better. I'm not sure about the two small 12 lights on the first floors, but now I understand the reason. However, I will mention that the interior should not dictate the exterior per building with Nantucket in mind. The dormer on the north facing York Street looks more appropriate and in line with building with Nantucket in mind. Thank you. The fenestration on the north looks more appropriate. My main comment would be the fact that the COA is not in with the revision scans. So I wasn't too sure on what the proposed window manufacturer was, and it wasn't on the plan, so
I apologize, that's a Boston sash window.
thank you very much. No further comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Mickey, your group got anything to add?
Just a little bit, I'll be quick. So this is Mickey Rowland. I'm representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group, and that includes myself, Jason Finger, Mary Bergman, Marcia Fader, Sandy Kendall, Diane Combs. So about this, the rear dormer is an improvement, but it's still a pretty big dormer for facing right directly on York Street. If that were broken up, that would probably be a little better. And the rear fenestration also on that north elevation is a little disorganized. If that could be a little, just more linear pattern to it, that would be preferred. And I do have a question about the foundation that's shown. The shingle line is shown right at the floor line. Now, I'm just curious as to whether that's accurate. Is it a mud block, or is the shingle line actually down a foot like it usually is? So that's it. Thank you.
Thanks. So Chris, is there a mud sill there, so your floor joists are gonna be lower?
I'd have to review it. I don't know, actually. So
Okay,
I'll
so
have to,
more likely than not, your finished floor line is, I presume the story pole in the software is correct, so something is off there.
I see what your comment, yes.
So we're gonna need to get that resolved one way or the other, because ultimately that could affect, the final outcome of a lot of stuff. The relationship of the shingle, the beginning of the shingle on the wall to the underside of the sill is an important characteristic. Just all those little details make a difference. So that'll be one point. Okay,
I'm
who'd
just
like
going
to,
to pull up to excuse me. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
go ahead.
Let me pull up to an existing conditions picture and see if I can see it on there.
yeah. I still think we should have a section in every drawing, every major elevation, so we can
Too far away. I apologize.
figure this stuff out for ourselves and whether it's a minor issue or a major issue, but in any event. Well, you're pulling that up. Angus, you want to start?
Well, I really appreciate the revisions. I feel like we can better see what's being proposed. And I think that the dormer on the back is vastly improved. I hear what Mickey is saying about smaller dormers, but I almost feel like the simplicity of one larger one is actually, especially with the sill, the windows being on the lower roof and the roof of the dormer being down on the window. I feel like all those make to really reduce the impact of it. And the other revisions that have been made with the gable window, the door trim and stoop. I think that that shingle line is an important thing to clarify. It's kind of rare to have that shingle line run right at the floor level. So when that drops, as Steve was mentioning, the concern would be how much distance there is from the long windowsill down to that shingle line. On the front, the only thing that I would change is to have those 6/6s match the adjacent window on to have the left side of the front door windows match the right side. It's not uncommon for a counter to come across those windows, but as Holly was saying, that shouldn't drive what you see from the street, and especially on the facade. Thank you.
thanks, Angus. Joe?
Every comment that Angus just made. I wasn't going to mention the front windows on there, but I'm glad that Angus brought that up because I do think that it's an important elevation. It's probably worth noting that we know that this is going to be a vast improvement over what's there, which these buildings seem to have been neglected, and this is coming a long way. So I feel like we're very close. It's just I think somewhat the graphics of the CAD program that raise a lot of questions, but unrelated to the graphics is this window size that Angus just mentioned, and I agree with what he mentioned about the dormer on the back. I don't have any other concerns.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Appreciate it. Let's see, Carrie?
I agree with the front elevation. I think there should be a single window, sized with the rest of them on the left. And in the rear, I think the gable ends are great. I think the rear, the dormer to me reads large, and I think that's because of all the windows in there. It's the most rigid and regular sort of system of windows on that whole elevation. And I think maybe a little cleaning up of that, the fenestration on that elevation, and maybe reducing the dormer windows just by one, so there's not three sets of two ganged windows up there. It just seems too much, too heavy. And I think that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Connie?
Yeah, I don't have anything else to add. I agree with what's been said, especially about that rear dormer. I do think it's the 6 windows that do make it look kind of heavy, if there's something that can be done with that. But I appreciate the changes. I think it looks good. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris, can you zoom in on your story pole on this south elevation? And also, are your floor heights being generated programmatically, or is this generated as an annotation separate?
I'm not sure that what the draftsman is using specifically for it, but I do believe he's adding it, and then we're notating the sides.
Yeah, because I mean, it appears to me that you've got a 6'11" ceiling in there, if this is correct. I think your story pole is shifted on your first floor. Finished first floor has shifted up. The shingle line, I'm sorry, your shingle line has shifted up, and your first floor ceiling height somehow is shifted down. So we need clarification on that, because I tend to doubt that that's a 6'11" ceiling in there. Do you know?
Well, I'm 6'5", so.
I think you would know.
Yeah.
So it seems to me like it's a drafting thing and can be easily remedied.
Correct.
I guess the question I have for the sitting members is, do we feel like we want to make an approval subject to, like, so for instance, subject to, it would make more sense to me that the shingle line is not level with the bottom of the door, that it is probably 6 inches lower, which to my mind, for an example, is acceptable. And that the story pole of the floor heights be corrected. And if that's the case, then this is approvable. And if it's not the case, then, or it's approved. And if it's not the case, it's got to come back, subject to any other changes we may want to make. I'm just thinking this seems to me to be, the windows on the south elevation modifications. All this could be addressed with an Exhibit A if there's an appetite to finalize this evening. I would suggest we address the shingle line and the story pole in an Exhibit A. And again, if they don't match what we draw, then you're going to need to bring it back.
Correct.
And the narrowing of the back dormer so that there are
Yeah.
two that have flanked by singles?
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to limit the scope of an Exhibit A, but more to point out if we go with an Exhibit A, let's please address the shingle line and the story pole in that way. So if you feel comfortable making an Exhibit A motion, listing out the items, I'm more than happy to entertain that.
I will move that we'll do an Exhibit A with the fenestration changing on the front to match the rest of the higher window fenestration. The shingle line comes down 6 inches below where it's shown as it's proposed. And the back dormer goes from 6 windows down to 4 windows. The double that has the singles on either side of it. And that would be my motion.
Thanks, Angus. Let's see, on your motion,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Harry,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. So now we're gonna make a facilitator decision. I think we're looking at, well, I know we're looking at 4 more applications, likely the better part of at least 20 minutes. And we need a sustenance break. So we're gonna go with that and come back at, I don't know, 5:30, we'll be 14 minutes away. We'll, make it just 5:29 or something like that. I don't want people to think we're slouching. As long as we get through at least 30 applications, I'm ready to end as soon as you want to.
Go home and watch
Just
We still on, orange?
We're live? Okay. Welcome us back. Thank you, thank you. Chris,
Hold on.
why don't you go ahead and get started?
Are you on, addition or?
We are on number 8,
Okay.
Reno Guest House Garage.
Holly, do you send me another invite? Is that how this works?
I'm listening, I'll be right.
Welcome back. We're moving to the garage on the same lot. There's an existing garage there. We've seen this a number of times. That we've made a few revisions to. Should I wait?
Oh, jeez.
Trying to take the edge off, but it got a little too dim.
We could light some candles, have some mood music.
I was waiting for the spotlight right here.
Here
Sorry
comes.
to interrupt you, go ahead.
No, no problem. Again, on this, we have 3 elevations listed just to show the continual progress that we've made along the way. Initial meeting we had, there was actually 2 applications sent in to raise the existing garage and to rebuild it into a separate accessory dwelling unit. The board advised us at that time to keep the existing garage and to use it as to refurbish it into something like this. We came back a few number of times, were requested to make some more details, modifications to scaling, and stuff like that, and which we've added as we scroll down on the north elevation. Changed the window sizes, added some more details, the doors. Again, as in the previous application, we've added copper gutters, added the details on the roof pitch and confirmed those details. I've noticed that the line that we mentioned in the previous application is still the same problem as before as it relates to where the siding and the foundation meet, which is noted. Moving farther down.
Thank you for correcting that.
Yep. And I did check some pictures, and you're correct, it does go down below, which we'll make sure we update. We made the decision to reduce the amount of glazing on the proposed plan, reducing the window size down to make it fit with the existing after some of the comments made by the board. Moving on to the south, again, adding more details to the doors, adding some windows, or adjusting the window sizes to make it more appropriate to the building size, gutters, and then just a lot more detail going into the notations. On the west elevation, we reduced the window size from large windows to similar in size to the existing windows, keeping in note that this garage is not far from the property line, and there is a fence within feet of that actual side of the garage there. So that is just peeking over what is an existing vinyl fence. Not, excuse me, white fence. I don't know if it's vinyl. It just came out. I'm sorry.
Needle just scratched.
Okay. All right, any questions for Chris on this one as of now? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this was the workshop / garage that predates 1955, which allowed them to have the 4181L to subdivide. So appreciate being able to reuse this structure and conform to the program that's needed. Appreciate the changes to the pitch and the fenestration facing York Street. I'm not sure about the revised 12 light windows on the south, but I do believe that they are facing internally and away from the public way and not even visible from Cottage Court, which actually is a platted way. Predates actually subdivision control law. So with that, I don't have any concerns and appreciate the changes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe you guys got anything to add?
Yeah, we do actually. I want to start out by bringing up the could you go to the north elevation? I just want to make sure these drawings are accurately shown. So if you look at if you zoom in on the existing garage door elevation to the upper left,
Getting there.
there you go. Now you see the height of the top of the door relative to the plate height and the bottom of the rake board. Now switch over to the photograph of that front of the garage. Zoom in on the garage. So there's only a couple of shingle courses. When you really zoom in, you'll see this. There's a couple of shingle courses above the trim of the garage door to the bottom of the rake board, which is quite different looking than the actual elevation shows. And I actually went to the trouble of counting the shingle courses above the within that triangle. And I calculated the roof pitch is actually more like an 8 and 12 rather than a 6.5 and 12, which is what he's showing. So, you know, it's hard to really judge the design if you're not sure that the building is drawn correctly. And that's my biggest concern. Aside from that, you know, obvious concern, I would say on the north elevation, the change to smaller windows, I think the bigger windows are more appropriate on the front of the house rather than smaller windows, which he's shown. The door should be more of a front door style rather than a 9-light, which is traditionally a side door. The 6-light window in the gable end feels very lonely up there. There's something wrong with that look. And I just feel that, as I said earlier, I just think that the gable forward design is not working well here. This would work much better if the ridge was reoriented parallel to the street, and this could become a very charming little rebate cottage, not dissimilar to the ones you see along Prospect Street. So those are my concerns. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. You don't leave anything for us.
Sorry.
Okay, who would like to begin? The board is myself, Angus, Joe, Carrie, and Connie. Joe.
Well, I agree with Mickey's comments with respect to the north elevation fenestration. I think that the previous iteration with the larger windows is more successful. And the door, I think this door shown is an improvement over the cottage style door that's there. And I think if you had an all wood door or just two lights up above, that would be fine. But this door I think is okay. I also agree with Mickey regarding if we're trying to match the pitch of are we trying to match the pitch of the existing structure? Or are you actually utilizing this structure? I guess that's a question to the.
What's your goal, Chris?
Ultimately, to keep it as similar as possible. At this
Okay,
point.
and are you literally using the existing materials, or are you looking to replace them with other materials?
A majority of the materials will have to be replaced.
Okay,
due
just so
to-
we're clear,
yeah,
okay.
Due
So-
to deterioration.
Okay, so the approach on that, guys, I mean, just because it seems recurrent, is it comes down to what we dictate in an Exhibit A. Including that, whether this, you know, the drawing is showing the existing garage door slab on grade, and, you know, we address through questions whether the structure is going to be constructed like that, so we can set the elevation of the shingle line relative to the grade. Like, we can address these things. Joe, go ahead.
Yeah. So I guess the previous north elevation fenestration, the windows, I like the proportions better. The current door you have is probably fine. I don't disagree with Mickey that if you were building this thing new, that having the gable not face forward would be ideal. And as he suggested, there's a lot of precedent for that. But I think given that we have a gable forward now and you're building at least from that, then I'm okay with the gable forward. And I agree with Holly's comments on the south, but they won't be visible. I actually liked the south elevation previous iteration more than this one. The larger double hungs. So
Anything else,
and
Joe?
the small windows that the applicant brought up earlier on the, what is it, the west elevation, you said that those are going to be mostly hidden. I mean, I actually liked the elevations that you had previously, but I'm fine with this one on the west, but I think that the previous west elevation was preferred. And those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Connie?
I don't really have much to add. I'm in agreement about the north elevation. That's the one that's going to be facing York Street. That will be visible. I do like the larger windows, but like Joe said, the door is okay. I guess for me, the west elevation, those smaller windows just seem a little peculiar. And I'm not saying to go back to the previous with the two larger windows, but I don't know if there's a happy middle ground. I think that would be more, it would just maybe look a little better. Thank you.
Thanks, Connie. Let's see, Carrie?
I agree with what's been said. For me, on the front elevation, I just think there's too many windows. If he goes back to the larger size, I would reduce by one. It just seems like there's just too much and it's a little bit haphazard, but I do love the idea of just a simple 3-bay if you turn the ridge. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Carrie. Angus?
I agree with most of what's been said, even though some of it's contradictory, but I'm leaning more with Carrie in this case with the 3-bay version with the larger windows. So the windows from the previous proposal, but just 2 of them and turning the roof line. It feels like it would have a much better impact on the street. Thank you.
Thank you. So my thoughts are, one, it lives like it lives, it's there, and, I think we should honor and respect that. So the orientation I'm okay with. I don't think it's great, but I think that's how we would approach it. I think on the window size, on both the north and the south, I do agree with the concept of reducing one of the windows on the north. I think that the size for me on the north and the south is what's being proposed now is too small. What was proposed before is too big, especially considering the proximity to the street, and that middle ground is really where would be the sweet spot. On the west, Chris, do you have any imagery that shows what exists now with respect to that fence?
Yes, give me 1 second. I had pulled it up here a second ago.
And then while you're pulling that up, can you address the question that was brought up earlier, which is, I think we've addressed roof pitch, you're good, and certainly we're good with replicating what's there at the heights that there is there. What about the floor system? Is this going to be a new foundation, or is this going to be reutilizing the slab on grade?
There is no slab on grade right now. It's on essentially on bricks right now. So there would be a poured footing put on top of that slab on grade.
Okay, well then, let me rephrase. Thank you for that information. the height of the entryway garage door, is that the height you won't be able to, relative to grade, have that be the height of your first floor door, because you're gonna have to have a floor system.
Correct.
Unless you put in a mud sill. So what's your intention there? Are you gonna have a 6 or an 8 inch lift to the shingle line and part of that, and then your floor?
It'd be an 8-inch lift, yep.
Okay,
A majority of, majority of the house exists, well, it already has some of that lifted up for its existing floor system.
Yeah.
Because it's a wood floored panel, so it would stay the same, but we would have to create a new floor system similar to the proposed north elevation right behind you. So it'd be about 8 inches high for it to allow for that.
So does this accurately represent the door shingle line elevation to grade that you're looking for?
No, that they would go 6 inches down, similar, or I would imagine that it would have to go down a little bit for board approval on that.
Okay, so we could, if we get that far, we'll do an exhibit A. Okay, I just wanted to get an idea where, what was going on there with the existing structure and what you're proposing.
Stephen, can I make another comment?
Yeah, Mickey, go ahead.
It's just regarding the roof pitch, and if he's already expressed the notion that he's probably going to be taking this roof off, or at least hinted at that, but the drawing shows a 6.5 roof pitch, and I'm just, you know, gable forward or not, if he's going to rebuild it as a new roof, do we want it to be a 6.5 roof pitch? And I do think that it needs to be verified that that's the actual pitch present.
So, thank you, Mickey, I appreciate that. I think what we want, you know, the commission is going to make a determination, and my feeling is that we're going to replicate what's there, not a misconception of that's been made into a drawing if 6.5 isn't what's there. It does not look to me to be a 6.5 pitch in reality. It looks to be more like an 8. And, you know, we would want verification of that. Or, on the other hand, as I said previously, we will simply state what it is we want, which is commonly what the Historic District Commission does. So I think we need to decide, one, are we close enough to make an Exhibit A, or do we want revisions? And if, two, we are close enough to an Exhibit A, what the consensus is, including on the window size. So I'm not quite certain we have consensus, given Angus's comment that he agrees and some of the comments are contradictory, and I don't disagree with that. So do we want to hold for revisions, a final set of minor revisions and clarification of the roof pitch to match the existing, get the grade set relative and the shingle line set relative to the rest of the structure, and address one more stab at the fenestration sizes and locations? Is anyone adverse to that? Okay, so Angus, are you good with that motion?
Yes, so moved.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it. So on the motion, Angus,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. So Chris, you're gonna need to watch the little movie here and dial in on some comments and see where there was consistency. And I would suggest you focus on those, because those are the points that will carry the day. Okay.
Understood.
We're going to move on to the front addition to the main house, same board. I think a little less on the history on this one, and just nail us with the proposed elevations.
Gotcha.
Not that you're doing anything wrong, but
I get it. We're all busy.
Thank you. This is the first.
The rear.
Yeah. Chris, just while you're getting that prep, to remove any potential questioning, why don't you throw a framing square up on that roof, and we'll have a picture of it for the pitch,
Gotcha.
and just include it, or just bring it with you.
Sounds like a great idea.
And just simplify stuff as much as possible, and we can move forward. Stuff being all the technical and non-technical items we were talking about. It's a good thing we're cutting your presentation short. Just teasing you. So guys, while we're sitting here, why don't we consider, what if we were in an episode of The Twilight Zone, and when we open the door, there's nothing left? It's just us and the leftover pizza. And everything anyone's got in a duffel bag. Boy, I hope you brought gum, Val.
I don't have gum.
Oh,
I've got
right.
walnuts that I'll dole out every hour.
walnuts.
My apologies, I put the wrong file in the wrong folder, but while we let this load.
There you go.
Down to the details, again, we changed the details on the existing door to match the existing picture, which you can see on the right. We also added and changes, there's a picture of the possible roof deck similar to that. There's a picture there. Should be noted, the intent is to put all cedar up there, not white and cedar, but it was the best picture we could find for something like this. We added a lot more details, copper gutters, fine-tune the measurements, stuff like that.
Okay.
Additions, really just fine-tuning the design, the bulkhead doors added to the exterior of the addition. Again, the rooftop deck up there, and then adding details, the existing door to the York side of the property. Again, noting the existing addition or the proposed addition going outside, and then also the screened-in porch that's replacing that, the existing deck that is falling down right now and not very appealing. And then again, another view of the existing deck. And then again, the side view of the existing proposed screened-in porch replacing the deck. Window sizes were confirmed, scaling, stuff like that. I have noted your comments as it relates to the foundation and the siding meeting, and we will update those as it looks like it carried through all of them.
Okay. Anything else?
I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. So, any questions? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1834 3 to 5 bay half house with an L that was later added on. And actually at one point had the 2/2 windows. As previous, I actually appreciate the clearer plans. I think this is a lot from the previous revisions that we've seen, more clearer to understand what the proposal is. As previously mentioned, appreciate the changes, especially bringing back that second door, as this was a half house. However, the roof walk doesn't look correct. There's something seems to be off, understanding it's only on the left half house portion, but I would refer to building with Nantucket in mind. The rear addition, the north, it should drop in height, and the eave should not match the eave of the historic main block. This concern is more prevalent on the west. It should be more additive as recommended with building with Nantucket in mind. The screened-in porch area is not in Nantucket vernacular, as previously mentioned, and I don't believe it's appropriate. This is more apparent on the south, which is facing Cottage Court. You can see the two E-blinds that are matching. And I did want to mention, again, with this revision, we didn't see the copy of the COA. So since it's been some time since the original application was submitted, that should be in there. And they just wanted to clarify the colors and about the windows of which ones were going to be. I don't believe we ever saw a window survey, but I know you guys are all going to Boston Sash.
It is a Boston Sash, and I believe it was submitted, the window schematics were added, yep.
Okay, thank you very
And
much.
then the colors were the gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Before we go to Mickey, I'd like to see if we can focus not too much. The screen porch is something that is clearly going to be a member concern. The roof walk proportions and the fact that the floor framing, which I think is a consistent issue with the software or how it's being rendered, isn't being shown. So if we can, Mickey, I'm sure you'll be bringing those up, but if we could kind of skip through them so we could get to the commissioners, I'd appreciate it.
Well, I wasn't going to mention those, but I am going to mention a couple of other issues with the drawings. I just think we need more accurate drawings. When you take a look at the north elevation, for instance, the existing versus the proposed. Okay, scroll down just a little so you can see them both together. First of all, the roof pitch on that side addition, I'm sure, is steeper than what's shown. You see on the existing that the two roof planes coincide at the upper roof plane and the addition facing us. Yet on the proposed north elevation, suddenly they jump. You know, there's a space between the two. I mean, that's the roof walk. The way it's shown on the north elevation. Of course, you wouldn't really see the skirt boards as it's shown. There's just a lot of drawing errors that just make it so difficult to judge what really is being suggested and proposed. So to get more specific, the roof walk, we really don't like to approve roof walks unless there's been evidence that there was at one time a roof walk on the building to begin with at any time in its history. So that hasn't been shown yet of any evidence of having a roof walk. The screen porch you've already mentioned, not working. On the west elevation, the two gables, Holly mentioned this, but as you're looking at this one right here on the north, you see that new gable just ends in space right in the middle of the house. It doesn't even tie into a roof line. It's just sort of ending there. On the front of the building, if you could move to that elevation, please, front one. I know you're trying to replicate what's that photograph shows, but I don't really think that you want to do that to the point of replicating that big wide front stoop, which you were showing as a change to the drawing on the secondary door to the right. There's this in the photograph, it's a very long stoop, and I don't think we really want to see that today. The rake boards on the drawings need to be clarified. Some of them extend way beyond what you normally see. And just a comment on the design. This is a very old building. It's either early 1800s or maybe late 1700s. And it's got plank frame windows on the front. I think 12/12s would be more appropriate rather than the 6/6s. And that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. Mickey, I got to make a point because it's come up in discussion. I would appreciate, you guys we appreciate your service. That's not the comment. But there's not a we, it's, you're speaking, when you're speaking, there's confusion amongst people if you're speaking as an official of the town or you're speaking as an individual of your group. So I would appreciate it if you want to refer to your group, please do so because the clarity is important distinction.
I get that, Stephen. I do say I when I really do mean we, but it's sometimes.
No, my point is if you would refer to your group. Pronouns are important. You speak before the commission. Sometimes it appears as if you're a member of the commission. It's creating confusion. It will create confusion if we have an appeal. It's a point that doesn't need to happen by a very minor modification in what you say. I would ask that you please honor that request, and we can just move on with it.
Got it.
Thank you. Okay, I have a question on your, can we go to your, I think it was the west? Yes, to the proposed. So Chris, are you actually proposing that these are not a single plane? Or what are we seeing here? I want to get that clear before we go into.
Can you
member
clarify
comments.
what you're discussing?
You've got, can you zoom out a little bit? So this addition, the L, if you will, as exists, no, zoom out. So you can see both the proposed and the, up. Show that sheet, there you go. Are you proposing that this L at the rear not be or T rather, be one plane, as appears to be shown here? Or is this a downspout and it's just rendering on the right-hand side as a slightly lighter gray? Are you putting a jog in the building? Well, the original drawing shows that it is one plane, and now this appears to show it as two.
It will be 2 roof pitches on the top.
No, here, this plane and that plane.
This plane and this plane?
Yeah.
They're not parallel.
Okay, but the existing is.
Correct. This isn't, the darker shade in the front is an addition out towards you in
Okay.
the drawing, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify because it was stated that was a rendering error, and I wanted to clarify whether in fact it was a rendering error or if you were actually changing the surfaces
Yep.
by creating a jog. Okay.
Correct. Yep.
So that's been answered. Okay, who would like to begin?
Stephen, can you clarify one thing that maybe you were alluding to?
Yeah.
It's the roof pitch on the gable that is dropped right there. You see that where the cursor is?
Yeah, Mickey, that is just something that I understand your point. I think that as a management tool with this application and others, that we can address that in an Exhibit A or in revisions like we just did with the garage. So I don't want to get hung up on it because it's a valid point, but it's also a point and a concern that can be easily addressed. So that I want to move on from. Let's see, who was going to go first?
Can I go?
Carrie, please.
Thanks, because I think the north elevation, you got to look at the west elevation to understand fully the north elevation, because the west elevation is showing the addition is a double gable. So go down one more, that's the existing west. The addition is that second gable on the left. That is what we're looking at that doesn't tie in with the roof. The ridge just ends before it ties into the small gable on the north elevation. So you have a gap, and that gap is really important. Because on this ridge dies into that far secondary mass of the main structure. And on the north elevation, it does not even extend. So I agree with Mickey that this thing really needs to be drawn correctly so we can see where the ridge on that elevation is dying. If you go back to that north elevation, you'll see it just ends, and it's really concerning that this is not drawn correctly.
Go back to the north.
Keep in mind this left gable here, that's the addition. If you go back to the north now, you'll see the middle mass. The middle piece is the addition. That whole new big piece right there with all those windows, that is that second gable. And if you look at the left roof of this, it does not tie into that main mass on the front. So I think this really needs to go back and be looked at to be drawn correctly.
Chris, on that point, are you you're proposing to put,
A cricket,
yeah, I'm just trying to see where it is. I presume that's gonna be a cricket.
correct.
The problem in the drafting, however, is if, on Carrie's point, and I think what Mickey was trying to say, is on your west elevation, this gable, the addition dies into the roof in front of it, which is, or it doesn't, but the ridge height is higher. Can we go back to the north? I just want to see if there's an incongruency there.
If you drew a line, they would go, that one would go beyond.
So what is the roof plane that we're looking at on the west that's higher than the addition gable ridge? Yes, but here it's not showing that way.
It's not showing that way. It does not.
So then,
correspond.
if, yeah, and if it's showing at the height that is correct, or that we want it to be, then the cricket then addresses the construction aspect of it. I'm not suggesting that it's appropriate, but, so that definitely needs to be corrected in revisions.
Okay.
So you're reflecting it. Okay, Carrie, I'm sorry, I just wanted to get us all clear on that while it was topical.
Yeah,
'cause then-
that was my biggest concern. The screen porch and the roof walk as well, I think need to be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Joe?
I'm not sure what I can add to the conversation. I agree with everything that's been said. The drawing that's telling to me is actually the roof plan, the next to, right before the locus. It just might be worth, it's not going to reveal anything that hasn't been brought up, but I think it's interesting to look at it graphically. Because to me, all right, when I look at that, and if you just scooch down a little bit, and I think about how the placement of this gable addition is put into the nook of this building, which are not insignificant facades that are being completely covered, resolving the roof, that's going to be the largest, that's going to be one heck of a cricket. I mean, there's a lot of water coming down into that area, which is a practical issue, but I think it speaks to the massing. And I question the fundamental move of that addition. I mean, whether or not the gable should be in a different direction, or I think there needs to be a fundamental reconsideration of the addition itself. And I think that might have become self-evident if all of the drawings related to each other accurately from elevation to elevation. And just as a note, like even on the screen porch, which I know we talked about as an element that was slightly unusual, on the side elevation, the pitch kind of indicates that the rear windows would be half windows. If you go down one, yeah, okay, right there. So if you look at how steep that shed roof pitch is and how much of the wall is left showing, and then you go to the rear elevation, I don't think that the rear elevation relates to that. That's just one example where I think one side of the building isn't talking to the other in elevation. It's a 3D model of this would probably really help you internally to resolve all of this. So those are my comments. I really think it boils down to not only drawing correction, but taking a look at how you're adding on to the structure, historic structure. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Helpful. Connie?
Yeah, I don't have anything else to add. I agree with what's been said, the concerns about the drawing, the roof walk, the screened room. I think it's maybe back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Angus?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have a lot to add to Holly's point about the massing on the west elevation. the west elevation?
Excuse me.
Thank you. Just the addition would be dropped. You know, ideally, to the peak would be at the eave, or there would be a shed or something so that this isn't the same height as the main front mass. And the rest of the comments I agree with. Like in the profile view, it shows the top of this roof up here. So it's, I think, just sorting out the conflicts in the drawings would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. I just stick on this one. I think for me, the simple solution here is that addition on the left becomes a shed roof. It's less program on the interior, but it greatly simplifies the roof planes. It simplifies the massing. It's appropriate on the, let's see, the north, I think it is. Can we go to the, oh, on the you know, I don't think a screen porch in and of itself is inappropriate. However, this kind of non-traditional approach it's inappropriate whether it's seen or not. So I would want to be looking at some detail or a drawing that represents a typical screen porch, walking around downtown. Simple, easy fix. You hit the nail on the head, I think, with the front elevation by replicating what was there, which, by the way, that stoop, I find it refreshing. We just approved something that is very incongruent. And this is like literally the history of the structure. So I think replicating it is okay. I don't necessarily think it's the most attractive thing, but having all these homes be homogeneous, I think, is not how history was, as shown by the images themselves, which were provided. I want to speak on these drawings. We are, Chris, I know that I think this is the first time you're presenting, but you guys are, and I don't think this is intentional, but you're killing us here. Like, we are spending way too much time on this, and we need a complete set of drawings. I'm kind of putting this at your feet because you're here in front of us. We need to have the roof plan coincide with the elevations. We need to have the roof pitches coincide with if what you're proposing is to match prior existing. We need to have that changed. We need to have the shingle line and the floor heights. Frankly, get rid of the floor heights. They're confusing us. I think they may be, if they're part of your programmatic, they're driving your elevations, they're screwing you guys up because there's a setting in there that is not consistent. And we need to see what, my point is we need to see what is going to be built. On the first one, we were able to make modifications with an Exhibit A. This is much too involved for that. I think you've got some, as Joe pointed out, I gave a suggestion on a one-story mass with a shed roof. Angus had mentioned a shed roof. Joe pointed out on the bigger picture that the massing needs to be addressed. And so I think you've got some more lifting to do on this. But if this comes back without accurate drawings, I think we're going to be at the point where we say, you know what, we love you, it's good to see you, go fix them. Because we can't keep doing this. We're spending way too much time on it.
Understood.
I would ask that, given that this is going to come back with some revisions, rather, perhaps major with respect to the massing, that we have the hardscapes track. Are you okay with that?
Sure.
Track means we'll just pick them up when we pick these up again.
That's fine. I had one question to ask, is we've got unstable chimneys there. Is there anything in the interim that we could take them down for safety reasons? I don't know the procedure here, I'm just asking.
That is a matter, if you've got an unsafe condition, you could take up with the building commissioner. The HDC would want to be involved because we don't want something, especially on a historic structure, being removed without our approval, and that would have to be a hearing.
Okay.
So I think, you're free to shore them up. There's nothing as an emergency repair going out there, putting up some
It's not
2x4
that emergency. We can shore them
scaffolding.
up, but it is something that they do need to come down. Otherwise, they will potentially hurt somebody at some point without proper measures taken.
Yeah, I
So-
think, well, my suggestion to you, and I think I could speak for the commission on this, is shore them up. If there needs to be temporary 2x4 scaffolding on the exterior of the structure, that's temporary. We understand that this is a renovation going on.
Yep.
And then get them in front of us, get the drawing squared away and the massing to reflect our concerns, and we can actually get to the chimneys at the next hearing. Holly?
Add that, because that was brought up the last hearing, add that to the plans, that you're going to be replicating them, or replacing them.
Yeah. Or if you're proposing removing them, we need to know that too,
Right.
okay?
Yep.
We put a lot at your feet, but you got big shoulders, so you'll pick it right up and run with it. Angus?
Oh, just to the point of the chimneys in this picture, this isn't showing up over here. And I think that it wants to.
Oh, and reference, thank you, and reference, if you're gonna propose a roof walk, please pull Building with Nantucket in mind from the website, look at the proportions, also look at the fact that you don't have a floor above the ridge, which is making that look very odd, which goes back to the issue with, I think, the software is not replicating your floors the way it should be, which is messing up all your elevations.
Understood.
Thank you. Can we get a motion to hold for revisions, please?
So moved.
On your motion, Angus?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Connie?
Hi.
I'm an aye. And that motion included to have the front hardscape and the rear hardscape track?
Sure did.
Excellent. I knew you were on top of it. Okay, I really, I would like us to consider at some organizational meeting instating a design review committee subcommittee for the Old Historic District. Just throwing that out there, not a point of discussion tonight. There used to be one.
Yep.
Okay, we are now on to 42 Shimo Pond Road. Oh, that's being held. Oh, yep, I circled. Announce holds. New property, no, new business 9-3. Do we have Mr. Jepson with us?
We do not, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and third and final time, is Mark here on either 16 Obadiah or 25 North Pasture?
Mark is not in the queue or in the room.
Okay, so anyone who hasn't been heard, they just stay on the agenda, they roll over to the next old business. No?
Regarding 32 Hinsdale, I just wanted to mention this is the fourth hearing that you've had it on the agenda and a no-show, and it is an as-built condition.
Okay, so I think what, okay, before we go to Sarah, I just want to say, Ali, why don't we send a letter to him and let him, a formal letter from the commission stating this is an as-built condition. You've had X amount of time to remedy. You have until this date, give him 2 meetings to attend, or another fine will be levied.
Oops.
And we can put that on the agenda for next week, and the commission can vote on the topic.
6A silver.
As opposed to I'm not directing us to do it, but I want to get it prepped. Okay, thank you. Let's see, Sarah Elder? Is that Sarah Elder? Yep. Okay, I just can't see the screen. Good evening, Sarah.
Hi. Not to be too tedious, but I just want to confirm 25 North Pasture, you definitely won't circle back to it tonight.
Correct, yeah, that was our third and final time.
Okay, good. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you very much.
Okay, no, I appreciate you asking. Okay, so now we are on to new business of 10:15,
I'm
and
recusing from the first.
And Val's, let the record reflect that Miss Oliver is recused from 6A Silver. Our board, well, do we have a representative? Is Uri here?
He is in the queue.
Okay, so Uri, the board is myself, Abby, Angus, and yeah, I think you're right. Carrie, and we need one more. Joe.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry, we have Connie. Joe will be up next.
Okay.
Right,
Hello.
that's 5?
Silver Stream.
Okay, Uri, why don't you go ahead and tell us what you got going here?
Yeah. So there is an application for a small shed at 6A Silver Street, which is a lot that goes, as you can see on the site plan. It's kind of weird, strange shape. Like the shed is behind the corner, and it's uh, very steep drop to the back. So it's the shed is down, way down by the pool,
Can we go to the site?
inside like in the slope. And it's a small shed which we actually want to use as a space for to enclose the pool equipment, which is right now all outside. So that way we want to eliminate some noise from it and use it as a small shed. It's like less than 100 square feet, 10 feet, 11 feet tall, and it's all matching colors, matching the main house, and it's really barely or almost not visible from Silver Street or anywhere in the back. There is actually on the neighboring lots brand new, much bigger shed, which is actually blocking the view from anywhere else really. So I guess that's all for now.
Okay, thanks, Uri. I'm going to skip questions on given the size of the structure, but not the fenestration. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is associated with a infill from the 1990s, but it's located within the OHD of the fish lots, to be specific. This is a zoning shed. With this being within the OHD, it should not have French doors of this, what's being proposed. If French doors are appropriate, then they should have kick panels as consistent with what the commission reviews and approves within the OHD. This is highly unusual for a shed, especially in the OHD, and I would also point out that there's a possibility of visibility from West Dover, and I mentioned that because if you remember, when you drive down West Dover and down to Silver, the topography dips and changes, and there is vegetation that in some locations, but I would, visibility, maybe having this as a view or provide photographs of that possible visibility, and to revise for a more typical shed. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Let's see, Mickey, do you guys have anything to add?
Just the similar issues. I think this could possibly be visible from Westover also.
Okay.
And the round windows change to conventional square windows and kick panels in the doors. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, who'd like to begin?
I'm happy to start.
Angus.
Thank you. So I am concerned about the visibility from Dover and the round windows and the sliding French doors. I'd rather see that just be a single swinging French door with a kick panel. And it does seem busy for a shed. I appreciate it's in the back, but it's going to be, I do believe it's going to be visible from Dover. Thank you.
Thank you. Abby?
Yeah, I'd like to see just a simple gabled shed with simple fenestration, just because of where it is in the historic district.
Thank you. Carrie?
I have nothing to add. I agree with the others.
Thank you, Connie.
Me also. Traditional shed, no
Can I-
windows.
Can I comment or have one comment?
Yuri, hold on
the
just a
vote?
minute. Hold on just a
Yeah.
minute. I want to get through.
Due to the visibility, thank you.
Connie, please repeat. And
I
sorry.
said I agree with the others. I would be more in favor of a traditional shed with no round windows and the French doors. Traditional little shed,
Okay.
because I do believe it will be visible.
Thanks. You're right. I mean, you got an option here that, I think the die is cast on this one at this point. So you could either we can hold the revisions and you can take some time to consider it, but also to present more information. Clearly the potential visibility is an issue on the fenestration, and an appropriate concern is the complexity of the small masses. If there's something that's going to change that visibility, maybe bring it back then. Or if you need an approval, then we would move for we could come up with an Exhibit A for a simpler structure. Do you have a preference? Because I don't think that the shed itself is controversial, so I'm willing to work with you on it.
So that's what I wanted to actually comment on the visibility. That there is a pool which is approved. I mean, it was approved a while ago, probably because of no visibility, I would say. Otherwise, it wouldn't be approved. So I don't think there is any visibility of the shed either. If there was, I mean, if it makes it easier to get that approved, I can make the shed like traditional, just straight reach, not dropped eaves or those sides. So it's much simpler, and I can make those windows square, and it will be taller. I wanted to keep it lower, but I can make it simple structure, of course. So probably, is it possible to? I mean, I can provide more information then with the visibility, with more pictures from West Dover, and go from there.
I'm not certain, but I think if I heard simple shed, if you're interested in that, we can whip up an Exhibit A that shows the smaller gables removed, blow out the larger gable structure to the parameters of left to right of smaller ones and square windows.
Okay, I can do
Yeah,
that.
that would be my motion.
Okay, so that's an Exhibit A?
Yes,
And
I
you'll
can do
work it
that.
up?
Yeah.
Okay. On Abby's motion, Abby?
I'm an aye. Oh, sorry.
Is there discussion on the motion?
If you second it, we will,
I'll second
for discussion.
for discussion. So the concern is just, what if we draw in whatever windows instead of the round, what are we going to have for dimensions for that specifically? Or is it we just going to do like a 6 light or something like that? Is that what we're talking about?
6 light.
Yeah, I presume that would be a 6 light, but I mean, you guys have got the pen. I don't think they're going to be as visible. Personally, I think it's the shape, and if they are at all visible, the shape is the issue, whereas a 6 light window is going to be nondescript if it's viewed obliquely.
So it's facing in.
Yeah. And, I would trust that we can just whip up a 6 light that's proportionate.
Okay, that was my question. Thanks.
Does that satisfy you, or do you want to
Yeah, I
approach it
mean, I didn't
differently?
know whether it was like a 6/6 or a 4 light or.
Do you have a
something.
preference?
I think either a 6 light or a 6/6 would be more the norm,
Okay.
but I
And
could go
Abby-
either way.
Thank you. Abby, were you thinking a 6 light, or were you thinking something
Yeah,
else?
a small 6 light.
Okay.
Just like-
So it sounds like Angus is on board. He had seconded for discussion.
And maybe the French doors get a kick panel or
Oh,
something.
that'll be nice. Okay, so we're going to go back to the Exhibit A, Abby's motion. Abby?
I'm an aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Carrie?
Aye.
I'm off script here. Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
Thank you.
Abby is. And that moves us to 28 Orange Street. Matt? We're like a well-oiled machine this evening, not to jinx us, but. Oh, and then came the parapet.
Oh, here it is.
This was on my consent, and I think it's consentable, but because of where it is, we had to.
What it is.
Okay.
So with your permission, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please jump in it with both feet.
All right, so on the right is the previously approved parapet, and due to the existing roof rafter framing, this spacing on the left, which is what we're proposing tonight, is conducive to the existing rafter placement, so that when we attach the parapet, it more closely aligns with the existing rafter system. So that's why we're before you tonight with, it's a symmetrical spacing, but it is not equally spaced as it was in the previous. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, questions for Matt before we go to Holly? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is the Tupper Folger House, originally from 1775. The parapet was actually added in 1827 by John B. Nicholson, who was a housewright. The structure was documented by Historic American Building Survey. And with it, it is a significant structure. One of the first houses built in the section. Basically, it is a typical of a 5-bay Greek revival mansions built in the island at the time of the whaling industry. So earlier this year, staff approved a like-kind repair of that, basically repair replacement of that historic parapet per the prior chair's approval. And I do have an email with that. The difference between the existing and the proposed, obviously, is the spacing of the parapet bays. And I think the proposed is not historically accurate based on information we've seen, and therefore I don't believe appropriate, but I do understand what Matt had said. I think the symmetry is important. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey, do you guys have anything to add?
No, we had no concerns.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, who'd like to go?
I'll go.
Okay, let me just, I'm sorry, Val, it's myself, Abby, Angus, Val, and Joe. Sorry, go ahead.
I think the difference is so indiscernible to most people. I think it's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Angus?
Thank you. So at first, my concern was the uneven spacing because this is almost in the same plane as the facade and where the windows were, that, the concern would be the spacing not really coordinating with what's below, but it's already not really coordinated with the windows below in the original even spacing. It's sort of centered, it's centered on the center, but then it's a little mostly centered on the next one over, but completely not centered on the one to the outsides. So I think I'm okay with it.
Okay, thank you. Joe?
Yeah, when I first trying to figure out what the difference was for at least a second. And I actually think that what's being proposed works with the rhythm of the fenestration better than what was approved previously, which I guess is echoes kind of what Angus just said. So I'm fine with it. And I think given that Mickey and his group feels comfortable with it, that makes me feel vindicated by my lack of concern for the proposed application.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Let's see, Abby?
Let's see. I was drawing pictures over here of a little shed, so
Where's the crayons?
yeah, my favorite colors weren't there. I think it's fine.
Okay, thank you. I agree with Holly. The only difference is I think that what was previously approved should actually have lined up. On the left and the right, the second post in centered on the meeting point of the shutters, that would make that more appropriate. But it looks like, Matt, you've got support for I'm sorry. Proposed, to my mind, your second post in from the left and from the right need to align with the center point of the shutters, the meeting point of the shutters. It just better relates to the fenestration. No, here. So here, this is off. This is slightly off. So if you're going to be off, what does it relate to? And if it's going to be off, have it relate to the center point of the windows, which happens to be the center point of the shutters. Because then you have the pattern where you've got corner, center, 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 corner. Here you've got, this one is off the center of this plane, this space, and the same over here. It's just, I mean, it's a finer detail, but that's why we're here. And it's just one person's opinion.
I can.
I agree with that, by the way. This is Joe speaking. I think
Oh,
that
thanks.
subtle adjustment would
Thanks,
I
Joe.
have a question too.
Abby Abby and then Val.
Well, so I see what you're saying there, but I think somehow that the parapet is, what's it called, a parapet? What is that thing?
Parapet.
Parapet, okay, so I think evenly spaced, I think it stands alone, and I think evenly spaced, it's just sort of reads, the one that's proposed just looks like, they forgot to make it the same size, to me, so like.
Okay, yeah, no,
it's my
I
own
mean, if we're gonna
personal
go in
thing.
for I'm not gonna dive in for a second bite at the apple. I think everybody said their piece. We'll decide what y'all wanna do.
I have a question.
Val?
Matt, is the reason the post on this side in the parapet is not lined up with the windows because the windows aren't exactly spaced in the real building?
It's a possibility. I mean, the building is 3D scanned, and so the spacing is a function of the existing framing. And we've had some pretty accurate dimensions from those existing rafters. And for what it's worth, I do think that while there is symmetry, if you drew a center line through the center of the building in the front, the front door and the window on the second floor, there's balance. And there is technically symmetry because the spacing is equal. Now, it might be slightly off, but I do think that the irregularity has some adds a level of richness to it, as opposed to the equal kind of spacing, to everyone's point, that it doesn't, the previous approval, didn't necessarily align with anything with at least this. It at least has some relevance to the separate, the windows on the, between the second floor windows and the first floor windows, so, but, again, that's why we're here.
All right, and Matt, where are you on understanding your comments appeared to be on the previously approved and the proposed? Where are you on the minor adjustment of the second post in?
We can try to adjust it as much as possible. I'm sure we have like some latitude in terms of the location of that existing rafter, the rafters, if you will.
Just
So,
while we're here, I wanted to ask.
Yeah, I mean, if we can try to align it, we can certainly try to do that.
Okay, what do we want to do, folks?
I'm happy with going either way.
Stephen, could you please clarify where you were wanting to move?
So the point I was just trying to make is that these seem somewhat arbitrary. I understand this because of the framing, but a minor adjustment to shift the center line to the center line of the space between the windows, which obviously coincides with the midpoint of the shutters, the meeting point, moves this over slightly. It does the same here. And then these posts align with elements within the structure. Corner, the axial space, the axial space, the axial space, the corner.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's nearly there between the windows.
Yeah.
We could, through you,
But-
Mr. Chair, we could try to make it work.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I'm clarifying. I don't want to spend any more time on it. I think it's, you guys just, let's decide what you want to do.
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Understanding Matt will make a minor adjustment if possible.
Okay. Let's see. We do have Joe, so it'll
Do
be a
you want
voice
an
vote.
exhibit A for that?
No.
Oh, okay.
We'll go in the honor system. On your motion,
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay.
Thank you.
Becoming self-conscious about the posts, my goodness. All right, let's go on to the 4th North Water Street at ADA Lift Edition. The board will be me, Abby, Angus, Val, and Carrie.
Okay, with your permission, Mr. Chair.
Please,
I can
go
get
ahead.
started.
Yep.
If we could start at the site plan, that might be the most helpful. So this is the existing 4 North Water structure that you're familiar with. We were before you previously for an addition, a pretty sizable addition to this existing structure. Through that process, the feedback we received from the board was that you thought that it was important that the two structures actually remained separated, which we eventually got a separate building approved. Now that the buildings are separated, and because we're renovating the first floor and the second floor and some of the basement, we have to provide accessibility to the structure. The previous iteration had an elevator lift in the new building, and we were going to connect the two structures via a deck, which would have required a variance. But that project is probably at least a couple of years away. And so as part of this renovation, we need to provide accessibility. So there's two parts of this application before you tonight. One is the addition of an accessible lift in the form of a small addition towards the rear section of the historic portion of the building, or the original portion of the building. If you recall, the rear tail of this structure, which is not parallel or perpendicular to the original construction, was an older addition, and at one point was separate, but had been connected at one point in history. And so the board felt strongly that we keep this rear section, so we are keeping that. So the two parts that we're doing are adding an accessible lift, which we can look at in floor plan, but we're also looking to do a one-story addition to the rear or the tail section of the 4 North Water to house a stair to provide access to the basement below. The basement sits, obviously, we are not lifting the original, original portion of the 4 North Water. That foundation will remain intact. It's original brickwork, rubble foundation, so we're not lifting that. But this rear section, we are going to replace the foundation. In some cases, there is no foundation. So with that, we could scroll through the elevations. The next page, I think, would probably be most helpful. Actually, if we could go just to the floor plan, which is one sheet up. There we go. So in plan, on the first floor, that's on the floor plan on the bottom of the page, you can see we've got the accessible lift. So it's a bit of a challenge because we're coming in at between floors, if you will. So the existing grade falls between the first finished floor and the basement level. And so we're coming in at grade. You can gain access to the first floor, which is important, it's a requirement, and to the basement as well. In the floor plan, you'll also see that we've got a switchback stair, which is to page south, which represents the addition. It's a one-story addition. The rear section of this structure has a completely different language than that of the I guess, Gothic revival. I know we've used the word Carpenter Gothic, but they have two very, very different languages. And so for each of these additions, they follow suit with the associated architectural style, if you will, of each of the two periods of this building. So if we could scroll to the next sheet, please. So this is street view, east elevation. Again, this addition is set far back as possible. That was strategic. We looked at all these different options. I'll also say too, like in terms of ways to provide accessibility to this building, we looked at really extensive ramps, lifts. We actually even had a freestanding structure that looked really awkward. And we felt that this was the least invasive. It doesn't require any significant demolition of the existing structure. We try to be as mindful as possible. I love this building. I think it's a beautiful building, and so we don't want to detract from it. So in terms of what's visible from the street, of these two additions, the accessible lift would be the most visible. The rear addition, I just don't think it's going to be visible from any public way, even if you tried to look down like the alleyway. Having said that, we can scroll through to drawing 2 on A201. Which is the side elevation. This is the alleyway. That's a very tight alleyway. We've got about a 3-foot walkway between this and the Graydon house. But you can see that the addition is highlighted with red clouds or clouded in red. And again, obviously the architectural language of this addition is in line with the language of the rear addition, which is not too much younger than the 4 North Water primary. But anyways. We can scroll through the next page there. So A202, drawing 1 and drawing 2. Drawing 1 is the rear of the building. Again, that's if you were standing in the back of the property. Again, not a public way, but just to give you a sense of what that addition looks like. And then finally, drawing 2, which would be, again, the lift would be visible, this addition would be visible, and this is, if you were in the parking lot, again, you wouldn't really get this view unless you're on the property, but just to give you a sense of what it is. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Matt. Any questions? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is the Obid Joy House, the circa 1846 individually significant Carpenter Gothic revival, whatever you want to call, by Edward Easton, who was a housewright. This structure has been documented by HABs, and there is an HDC survey on file. So I was curious, appreciate the information on the rationale, knowing that the commission did approve a building next door. I wanted to know how it related, the bump out for the ADA to how it relates to the other structure. And how does the bump out on the north as seen from the east or the street work with that new building? I think that's important. So how the two relate in a streetscape, if we could see that. And then the bump out, it does fill out that rear bay as seen on this elevation before you on the north, covering the existing double windows. And I was curious, and I was looking at the floor plan to see if this was a possibility, but suggest keeping that symmetry rhythm with the fenestration of having the door centered within that little bump out, if at all possible. Also, with this being a significant building, I think it would be helpful if the COA and elevations could clarify what has already been approved with. I know that there's been a couple of alterations, approvals after you all reviewed the not to remove the rear addition, which I believe is dated to the late 1800s. So they're both in the 1800s, but that is still significant. I do think that would be helpful to clarify what has already been approved, and specifically, Fiona, if you could go to the south elevation, I think it would be helpful. Thank you. Yeah, right here. So basically, my point is here's the existing conditions, but you all have approved changes to this elevation, which is shown here. I do think that staged approval should be helpful to see, if you wouldn't mind. And those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Mickey, your group got anything to add?
No real concerns, except if you could just go down to the north elevation, just a very quick comment. It seems that maybe it's a drawing thing. Is there a corner board missing on that gable? Should match left to right, the new gable.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. I think that's a drawing error on my part.
So that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. Okay, let's see, Angus.
Could, Mr.
Yep.
Chair, just quickly, just to respond to Holly's quick comments about we did provide the 2 elevations, one that shows the existing condition and the most recent approval for comparison. And then 2 is that it's a great question about with the new building, would we need this lift? And so we would take the same approach that this lift, we would hope to serve the new building. And so we would be back to you for a revision to that approved building.
Okay.
If that makes sense. We had a bump out on the previous approval.
Yep.
Mr. Chair,
Go
through
ahead.
you were already compensating for the AD lift on the
Other building.
other building.
Yeah.
And with that note, I would just strongly recommend if there's any way, I mean, I'd hate to, I don't know how that would work, but I would think it would be more appropriate if there's any way to have it for the new versus the old and not hindering the individually significant structure. That's just my recommendation, if there's any way, shape, or form. But thank you.
Okay, Holly, thank you, appreciate that. Let's see, Angus.
So I guess I have to have a question first, and this is through the chair. So this is or isn't connected by any means, deck or structure, to the proposed structure next door to the north?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it is not currently connected, but it is set up so that we could via that, that deck. But as part of this proposal, it is not connected.
So I can go ahead with my comments.
Please.
And just because of the nature of this being significantly or significant as far as the its contribution. I'm concerned about the gable on that north side and how it interfaces in the, I guess, the architrave and the height of it. It seems like it should be lower, and it feels like it's almost higher, even though the roof line is a little bit lower than what it's running into. Just the details aren't as heavy on the lower end of the soffit, and so it's not really matching up with that, what reads as the beam across the columns of the main structure. So if there's any way of doing this to minimize the volume or the mass of that addition, or to eliminate it by having a deck connection from building to building where there's already access, that would be preferable in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Abby?
Let me just get this straight. The north side could eventually, in the future, have some kind of connection to the building to the right.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, so it could be just like literally the width of that deck and that railing. And the reason is that the building that we've gotten approved is probably, years away from actually being built.
Okay.
And so that's why there's the need for this. And if I could also just, to Angus's comment, the penthouse, there is a required penthouse. There's a certain level of machinery that we need to provide above the floor it's going to. But to your point, we could take a look at the architectural detailing to minimize it.
Okay, so I'm just going to comment as if an isolated situation, because you say this isn't, that would happen in the future. So the one, I don't mind the bump out. It's far enough back and it relates to the main historical mass with the fenestration. I think the only thing that bothers me is the overhang, and I understand why you have the overhang, because when you're looking at it from the north, you want that to read like a pediment, whatever, all that Greek revival stuff. But to me, it's almost catching your eye because it overhangs so much. Yeah, could you shrink that up a little bit and still have the same detail?
I think to Angus's comment and your comment, we can minimize, still not make a complete departure, but have it read as like secondary in terms of its hierarchy of architectural language.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to come back to that point too. Carrie?
I'm on board with that. And I also think the corner board that is trying to mimic on the main mass should not be. I just think all of that should not try to mimic the existing, because the existing mass wants to stand out. That's it.
Thank you. Val?
I have nothing to add.
Thanks. So can we go to the east elevation, please? I'm just going to go through 3 elevations quick. Okay, so you've got a very fine pediment here. Very nice, primary pediment. You've got the one that faces north with that overhang, literally the overhang being the only point I'm discussing. Can we go to the next elevation, the south elevation? Okay, so here on the right, Matt, the pediment of the main structure has minimal overhang. And then can we go back to the prior elevation? And then again, we have the pediment of the new proposed structure, which is really dramatic relative to the existing. So my concern is, as viewed from the east, is really that structure, but primarily the overhang. I understand you've got headroom issues in terms of the equipment itself needing the pediment space, so the top plate is higher and all that. I'm not as concerned with that from the east elevation. It's really that overhang, and I think if you just match the detailing of the main pediment, then you can address that. So it may just be a drafting thing. And then obviously that corner board that was brought up earlier, which is important element of that concept of the pediment not floating there. Can we go to back? Yeah, no, I'm sorry, down to, what did I do? What did I do wrong here?
Which one are you looking for?
The proposed addition, the north elevation.
Oh, yeah, that's this.
Yeah, Mickey pointed it out here. I mean, so basically without that corner board, the post like you have the looking, this traditional shape has two columns and the pediment, and now it's very awkward without that corner board on the right.
I think we had three.
That's all.
We had planted.
Yeah, no, I just want to highlight it relative to if we're going to do an exhibit A or something, those are really the points.
I was also going to offer, based on Kara's comment, which I think was a good one, is to take that corner board and perhaps like reduce it by 2 to 3 inches if we're going to reduce the projection of the rake and the tablature.
Yeah. Okay. Are we comfortable with, do we want to, Matt, are you good with some
Or
minor?
whatever you prefer. If you want to see it, we're happy to.
I
show
think
what it
it's,
looks like.
you know what, let's.
I agree, yeah.
Get
I'd
it,
like to
let's
show
get
it
some
to you.
revision, minor
Yeah.
revisions.
Moved.
Abby, on your motion?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
Thank
Okay,
you very
thank you,
much.
everyone. Good comments. Not that you need me to remind you of that. That moves us on to, let's see, 45B Vessel Street is being held. And is there anyone in the audience on that one? Isn't a butter? Okay. 35 India Street, change windows. Carrie?
Oh, that's me. And my client has come to his senses and does not want to do a porthole anymore.
And
The application was for a round window in the gable, and now what he would like to do instead is just to raise the existing 9 light that's there, just raise it up into the gable further. Pretty much where the round hole, where the round one is.
okay, we'll get the drawings up and you can show us, you can
Thanks.
describe it for us.
It's on the back of the building, there. So you see the square that's below the round hole? I dashed it in. Well, actually, if you just look to the left to the existing elevation on the north, in that rear gable, you'll see a 9 light window.
No. Yep, the little, yep.
Yep, he would just like to raise that where on the right, the proposed round window is. He would just like to raise that existing 9 light to that higher part of the roof, part of the wall.
Okay. Your board is me, Angus, Val, and Connie. And I'm going to bypass everyone on this and just see, does anyone on the commission have a concern with this?
No.
No.
Given the new information, I think we can skip right to it. Okay.
Motion to approve, or what? Do you want a motion?
Yep, motion to,
Motion to
we'll do an
approve.
exhibit A and you can just mark it with the. Yeah. So it'll be the existing window.
Is it a 4 light?
It's
I have 9 lights.
It's a 9 light.
Okay. Just move it
Abby,
up.
Val will help you with it, yeah. So on your motion, Abby?
I'm an aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. Thank you, everyone. 1 Cherry Street?
Oh, so Ethan has asked to hold his,
All right, there's the,
I have it in a text if you need to see it.
do we have any abutters? I don't imagine we do, but. Is there any abutters for 1 Cherry Street? Okay. We're on to 1 Lowell Place. welcome, Mr. Thoreau. Okay. We still got an hour and a half, but would you mind sharing which application are you here for, sir? 5 Meter Street. Okay, that looks pretty likely. And you? 6 Celtic Drive. Number 2. Oh, good. Okay, even more likely. Okay, I just didn't want to have I normally do that a little earlier, but I didn't want to have you sitting here if it was like number 29 on the list. Okay. Steven, are you there?
I am, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Thank you. This is for an infill dwelling at One Lowell Place. It's a very small dwelling and located at a cost in the ROH in the Historic District. Our goal here, we spent a lot of time studying the neighborhood in the area that's surrounding the residents. And we decided that we would go with a full 2-story low structure to complement for an infill house in this district where the house to the left, the houses across the street, and the houses behind us are all taller in height than this particular house is. So we feel that the scale, the proportions, and the design are appropriate in a setting in this particular ROH district, and ask for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. So I actually, Holly, I'm going to get you in a second. I actually had this on my consent review list. I did not put it on consent. I think the fenestration's appropriate. I think the proportions are appropriate. I just felt that in the ROH and new dwelling, we should have in front of the full commission. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you all approved basically the existing structure to be removed. And looking at this application, it's not far off from what has been approved along Lowell Place Road, and I didn't have any concerns with it. Thank you.
Okay. Mickey, did your group have any concerns?
Well, yes, a little bit, because this is a full 2-story building, and every house on Lowell Place is lower than that. It's at least the plate height. They're all 1.5 or 1.75 stories. So I thought that it's change. There isn't anything of this height in terms of the plate on Lowell Place. So we thought it should drop lower. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Did I name the board? No, forgive me. It's okay. Arthur, why don't you go ahead? You know the drill.
Sure. My concerns on behalf of my client, Bowen Smith, who owns property on Lowell Place, and I believe he's also been in touch with some of his other neighbors, basically the same issue that Mickey raised, namely, this is a full 2-story house. It's a very small lot. It's not a very big house because it basically covers the entire lot except for the setbacks and the parking area in front. The lot obviously having been created under 81L. But once again, the comparisons that Steve has shown with regard to the houses on Main Street, I don't think are particularly relevant because Lowell Place, I think, is really a different animal from Main Street. It's as Mickey pointed out, the houses are 1-story or 1.5 story, and this would be a real, as far as that's concerned. I would also comment, I suppose this will come up on hardscaping or landscaping rather than on the house per se, but if you note the site plan that's in the application, it would show basically a parking space parallel to the street running across the whole lot in front of the house on Lowell Place, which I think is a very anomalous and very bad situation. I realize there's not much place to put a parking space on the lot, but bear in mind what was here before was a garage, and I think it would be more appropriate for the parking area to be incorporated into the house if they don't have room for it in any other way, as a combination garage structure, rather than having this, I think, totally anomalous parking area. It's not deep enough for a car, which a car I think would have to be probably backed in there to fit. It just seems strange. But the main point on this, like, once again, what we're dealing with right now is the two-story nature of the house. We think that's it. Thanks.
What was that in a nutshell?
Too tall.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
And the
may I-
parking.
Mr. Chair, may I have a rebuttal, please?
15 seconds, please.
Thank you. The parking requirements comply with zoning. The houses that are next door, yes, they are a story and a half, but they're actually higher than this house ridgeline is. And based on being in the RLH, we feel the design is totally appropriate, being a two-story house as an infill structure. Not necessarily pulling from Main Street, but pulling from the entire area that surrounds Main Street and Lowell Place. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so it's me, Abby, Angus, Val, and Joe. And who would like to go? Holly, did I ask you? I'm sorry. I did, okay. Sorry, I'm starting to lose
It's
steam.
okay. I agree with what's been said. It's not about the height necessarily, Steve. It's the full two-story on Lowell. You've given us examples of everything on Lowell that is reading as a story and a half with dormers, so I think you can modify it to reflect that character rather than Main Street, and you'll have it. And I'm not sure about the parking.
Thanks, Phil. Let's see, Angus?
Between what's been said, the two main points were story and a half and the parking in front. So they've already been mentioned, so that's all.
Okay, thank you. Joe?
Well, I think that the elevation that everyone's going to see is simple enough. I do think that second floor windows, that rather than aligning those two on the right over the bay below, that the center one should be centered on the main gable. I'd like to go out there, even if it's not part of a formal motion. I don't know if in all the years I've lived here, I don't know if I've ever driven down this street, certainly Main Street, but I'd like to look at the context a little more closely to see how this might fit in. It's 2 stories, but it's 25 and a half feet tall. And it looks like there's a mud sill, and we've got a 9-foot floor to floor, and it looks like it's low in stature. I certainly wouldn't be against it being a story and a half. I don't even think we'd be having the debate, but I'd like to go look at the context.
Thanks, Joe.
That's it.
The view is a good idea. Let's see, Abby?
Yeah, I agree with that. I'd like to refresh my memory of Lowell Place and see if it reminds me of something there, but maybe a gable forward, just having a view and see what the other architecture styles are would be good. But just looking at this, Steve, I think I'd like to see the additive mass accentuated so that it's different from the main mass. To me, it's a little close, so I'd like to see that second mass brought down.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm in favor of a view.
Okay. So I was actually swayed on the height argument. I'd be more persuaded if this was an 8-foot ceiling and you dropped the second floor to align the second floor windowsills just above the shed roof on the front. On a minor detail that's important, though, the bracket element to the left of the door isn't really utilized anywhere else on the structure. I think that should just be a covered porch. It's more in keeping with the area, and it could be therefore it could be a post down. And I won't argue the point. I think, if this was a story and a half, it'd be much more appropriate. But I wasn't as married to that as I thought the height was important. So can we get a motion to hold for revisions and a view?
So moved.
On your motion, Abby?
I'm an aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you,
Thank you, guys.
Stephen.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on to 6 Celtic Drive, New Cottage. The board will be myself, okay, Abby, Angus, Carrie, and Connie.
Hi, Ed Roberts.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Let's see, are you going to represent this evening?
Yes.
Okay, so I think you've been here long enough to kind of get the flavor of what we do. So if you'd kindly direct staff through, state your name for the record, get close to the mic like a lollipop so it'll pick it up, and then kindly direct staff through your presentation.
Hi, my name is Ed Roberts. Building a studio on 6 Celtic Drive, 2-story, small building for my child, and that's it.
We appreciate the brevity. Okay, 6 Celtic Drive.
Celtic, as you guys call it.
And the height is 23.7 at the
Yes.
highest point? And the colors are white?
Yes, corner board shingles,
Okay.
asphalt roof.
And, okay, so I had this one, and I didn't have a concern with it myself, but I thought the group might want to see it.
Yes.
I've been in the area. It does look a little thin in terms of its width.
Yes.
But,
It's the driveway.
yeah, given the other architecture in the area, there are some similar, even across the street, down the street and across the way. So I wasn't concerned, but I wanted the group to see it.
Yes.
So that was me, but since I was the one who had it on consent, I wanted to announce that. Abby, you want to go?
Well, just a question on that. It couldn't go just, it's almost a rocket ship, but not quite. But it couldn't be added 1 more foot in width.
Maybe it could, yeah, but I think the driveway would be encroached going towards the house. So
Yeah, I can't see where the
driveway is to
driveway
right
is that
as you're going in.
cobblestone.
Yeah.
Looks like, I think a foot would
Okay.
make it fit right in.
Yeah, no
That's
problem.
my only,
So 17 feet instead of 16 feet?
I think it would
You're
make
never
all
going
the
to complain
difference.
about getting that extra foot later on in
No,
life.
that's all. No, but 2-by-8 walls.
Okay, Angus?
Thank you. I agree with that. And in the north elevation, I think that it would feel less towery if the second floor windows match the first floor window.
Okay. Yeah, make them taller.
And let's see, what's your interior program on that? You got a bath, you got a toilet there,
Yeah, in the corner.
so
And a
that
shower,
might
maybe. Let me see.
run a little bit. But Angus's point is well taken. Carrie?
I missed what Angus said, I'm sorry, but I'm thinking the windows on the front, second floor need to
The
be,
match here.
is that what Angus said? Taller
Yeah,
windows?
he said that, and then I just pointed out that there's a bathroom and a kitchen there.
Yeah. Well, I also am just worried about a second means of egress. But you need
Stairwell
another
going
door.
down.
You need another
Yeah.
door out of this thing.
Oh, on the side, maybe the driveway.
There are bees in the back. They're just a little bit bigger.
Yeah. Okay, Carrie, so you're trying to address, this has a basement,
Yes.
and so
Mechanical.
that'll be your second means of egress. It's a
There's a
finished
door out.
basement?
Oh,
Yeah, maybe.
It'd have to be
It would,
it has-
okay.
yeah.
for your second means of egress.
Okay,
In order to be a dwelling, you need to have 2 doors.
yes.
That's my only beef is just those windows need to be a little bit bigger. Taller.
Okay, thanks, Carrie. Connie?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Adding a foot and making those windows on the north elevation a little bit bigger on the second floor.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. We got Angus, we got Abby. I agree with the foot width. I'm not, given that area, I'd settle for a pent roof covering the front door to switch the focal point. You've literally got a very small footprint. You have a kitchen counter on the second floor. The taller window will interfere with. You have a toilet behind the other window, the window on the right, which a taller window will interfere with. Personally, I think that pent roof, just a little shed roof over the door, rain stopping, would be appropriate. I don't think a covered porch on this is necessary. It's, I'm looking at other architecture in the area. This would not be uncommon. But I'm one vote. Let's see, what do we want to do, folks?
I could try a motion.
Okay.
And then at the end, so I would add a foot to the width of the house. I'd make the windows on the front, I'd change the Cs to a B, which makes them a little bit bigger and doesn't destroy your interior. And if you want to add a pent roof over the front door, that would be the third thing.
Okay. And an egress door on the side? You want to put an egress door on the side?
Yeah, well, either
where
you're
the-
going
where
to
the
put one on the
driveway-
first floor, which you don't really see another spot for, or you're
Yeah.
going to put it through the basement and finish the basement.
Yeah, no problem.
The only other, so Abby, was that a motion?
Yes.
And that'll be an exhibit?
And do we need the egress door on the side?
I think we're going to need to indicate that the south, well, he has a south elevation showing the basement access, so we don't need to see a door there. Can I second your motion for discussion?
Sure.
If the B windows go in, your sill heights, I presume your designer on your C windows on the north elevation has your sill heights set with regard to the countertop in the kitchen, and the top of the toilet pretty much coincides in the bathroom. I would just ask that the B windows the sill height would be the same, and the 6-inch additional height would be in the head space. So we're not having this fella have to do some crazy design
Yeah,
where his
some more
counter is.
countertops.
He's tall, too.
Yeah. Is it okay?
So is Emily.
All right, seems to be okay. So Abby's got Exhibit B, or Exhibit A with the B windows and a foot wider. On your motion, Abby?
I'm an I.
Angus?
Can I second that for quick discussion?
Yeah.
That lower south elevation window C, like the second floor windows, would that become a B as well?
Yeah, I guess so.
And
It's over a toilet, guys. So I'd have to raise, again,
Oh.
same thing. You're never
You
going to
could-
see it at the back of the house.
you can have toilets in front of windows, right? No?
The
Okay.
top of the toilet.
The other thing is just the labeling of the elevation so that it's not confusing, because the stair, when you look at the site plan, looks like it's the northwest elevation because it's almost 45-degree angle, and it's noted as south. So I think just the cardinal points could change so they're more accurate.
Yeah, that's a good catch. So the north is really the south.
Okay.
The north is really the southeast, and the south is really the northwest. So the cardinal points need to be addressed.
Okay.
Or the back of your house is going to be facing Celtic Drive. Okay, so that's the exhibit, and Abby, you're going to work that up?
Yep, I've got it all written down
Perfect,
here.
thank you. Again, on your motion,
I'm an I.
Angus?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm an aye. Okay.
All right.
Okay,
you very
we're going to write that up, and staff can give you direction on how to get that finalized.
Thank you very much.
Through Yuri.
Thanks.
Your aye. Okay, thanks. 42 Chuck Hollow Road, color change. Well, he's not gonna get it through the building department that way. No. I'm sorry, Ethan is being held.
Yes.
42 Chuck Hollow is being held. Let's see, 19 Union Street. Do we have any abutters for 19 Union Street? Anyone in the queue? Anyone on the Zoom? Okay, so 19 Union Street, As-Built Move Arbor, and Color Change Clabber are being held. That moves us to 24 Meadowview Drive.
Jesse.
Jesse? Hey, Jess, good evening.
Good evening. How is everyone?
Just love
Hi,
it.
Jesse. How are you?
Good. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Just lovely. Ducky, we're Ducky this
Ducky.
evening. Okay, when you see it up there, kindly direct staff through the pages.
So we have a pool on Meadowview Drive. This drawing represents the location. It is abutting Meadowview Drive on the corner. There are a lot of mature trees on the property, and then there are some scraggly ones that we're proposing to take away. If you look to the next page, you can get the site photos. But this page is showing more of the landscape plan to screen the, if you scroll down, I believe. So there's some photos there from different angles. And then basically that's the surveyor plan with the site, the photos in the pool and the patio represented on there as well. We broke away the pool from the patio to give a little more green space around the pool. And then there's a courtyard patio with a grilling area in addition to that, directly adjacent to the house and garage. So there's a small lounging area on one end of the pool.
Anything else, Jess?
I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. So the board is myself, Abby, Angus, Val, and Joe. Who would like to begin? Any concerns?
Speaking, I reviewed this for consent, and so I'm somewhat familiar with this. I also looked at this for architectural work at one point. So the only reason why I didn't put it on consent is because it's on a sweeping corner and there's currently visibility there. And when I look at Jesse's plan, the rendered plan, it looks like there's a lot of planting that's proposed to screen the pool. The thing that I wasn't sure about was whether or not there's any proposed berming or topographic change in there. And so there were enough questions that I thought that the board should review it versus approving it with our typical lack of visibility language.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Appreciate that clarification. Let's see, Val.
I don't have concerns simply because he knows we have to screen it in perpetuity and all of that, so I'm fine with it.
Okay, Angus.
I'm fine with it as well.
Okay, Abby.
Just give me a ballpark. How far away from Chuck Hollow is the pool?
Meadowview, I think on the second plan that shows there's a dimension there.
You're
I
on
think
the
it's like-
wrong plan.
Yeah, Chuck
That's
Hollow
Chuck
and Meadowview are.
Hollow. We're on
Yeah, it's like 5 miles away.
I was gonna say, it's
I'm
probably
so
5.5
sorry.
miles.
I'm so sorry, Jesse, that's,
As the bird flies or the NRTA shuttle?
Yeah,
Well, I was
with-
gonna
there's plenty- There's
say-
plenty of distance.
doesn't look, wait, sorry, what's the address?
It's Meadowview, 24.
Abby, you want me to come back to you?
Yeah, come back. Thank
Okay,
you.
you're up next. Go ahead. You're the
Me?
last one, yeah.
Oh. Okay, Meadowview. I've got to switch gears here. So,
It's the preview that's killing you.
yeah, this is, gosh. So what's the proposed vegetation here?
So, thanks for asking. So I didn't think we need any berming here, but we are, first layer of screening is a double row of privet hedge. It's going to be 4 to 5 feet tall. And then after that, we have another layer of evergreens, which include American holly and cryptomeria, and then also Japanese andromeda as a lower shrub. All of those are deer-resistant evergreens. And then we also have additional trees, birch trees, the river birch trees, which are multi-stem to help with broadening the screening. So there's a mixture of deciduous and coniferous trees along with some shrubs and grasses and smaller perennial stuff. But no, there, if you look at it more closely, there's a good, strong layer of evergreens, which I think is, the most important part for screening this from the road.
Thanks, Jesse. You definitely have it screened from the driveway. I'm just worried a little bit about going around the corner there. That's.
Okay, fair enough. So Jess, I think screening is the key, right? You know that, and not visible time of inspection or thereafter is important. Well, I'm thinking about it. Give me a call on that topic about 3 primrose.
3 primrose, 3 primrose.
Off Yale Point. I think that's you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So the not visible time inspection thereafter sometimes slips through the cracks. So I want to make sure that
That wasn't my design or HDC application.
I thought that was you.
No.
Okay. So I'll follow up with someone else when I get the
But
chance.
it'll be coming back to me either way.
Okay.
Yeah, so
So
thanks for letting me know.
just with that in mind, because I was aware of it, is my only concern is that along Meadowview here, towards the rear, I think, towards the front of the home, there's privet, but the vegetation looks a little thin otherwise. And then towards the rear, as you sweep to the right past the pool, it looks a little thin. I know you've got privet there, but
Yeah,
I think, wait, just one sec.
Sorry,
I think,
my apologies.
no, it's okay. I'm trying to get through it. I think that we just want to put emphasis on the not visible time inspection or thereafter. We understand you're putting a deciduous plant material and an evergreen plant material. I would leave it to you to, work it out on the spacing. I'm just saying in terms of the illustration in those 2 areas, it looks a little light. That's all. Have every confidence that you can address it. I think it was the last one. What do we want to do?
Motion to approve with the caveat we always put on there, can't be seen at time of inspection.
Or
And thereafter in perpetuity.
Okay. Let's see, on Val's motion, Val.
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Abby?
On the fence.
Okay, I'm good with it, subject to the discussion we had and the stipulation, so I'm an aye. So that's 4 in favor, 1 on the fence. Where did you come out on that in the end? 1 no for the record. Okay. Jesse knows it's nothing personal.
I still love you.
Thank you.
All right, we're
I
on
need it.
to 1 Sconset Ave.
Bye, Jess.
Anyone? Is there a representative for 1 Sconset Ave? Please raise your hand in the queue, in the Zoom world. No? Okay.
Hardscape.
4 Sleepy Hollow Road?
That was, Lindsay.
Anyone? Anyone? Oh, here we go.
For what?
for Sleepy Hollow Road, a cabana and a pool.
I was out at his place the other day.
Pardon me? Polly said he's there.
Hi, I'm
Sleepy
here.
Hollow?
Good evening, Patrick. We can hear you.
Fantastic.
Staff will pull this up, and if you'd kindly walk us through your proposed cabana,
Sure.
and then we'll do the pool.
Great. If you scroll up to the page above this, it shows the site plan. So the house that I've finished building, which says deck in the middle of the plan, on the lower middle of the plan, it faces towards this cabana, which you can see. And then I guess we could go to the next page. So it faces towards the cabana and the pool. The lot is a bit of a dog leg, as you can see. And the entry to my house, the new primary dwelling, is through Sleepy Hollow that's on the corner of the page, the lower right corner.
Okay. Just so you, and for the record, your board is myself, Abby, Angus, Val, and Carrie. It will be the same board for both your applications.
Great, thank you.
Okay, does anyone have any questions? Let's jump into concerns, if any. Angus. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, Joe, would you mind just commenting this? You're not on this one, but you did have it for review if there's something in particular you wanted to mention. I'm trying to get better with that.
Sure. I was a little bit confused about visibility because of Somerset Road indicated on the top of the page. And so the cabana itself is a little bit of an unusual shape. And so for those reasons, I just thought it would be worth having the board review. I mean, it's small in scale and so forth, but it was unusual enough that I thought we should review it. But that's it. There wasn't anything in particular that was alarming to me. Just not a standard cabana, if there is one. That's
Great.
it.
So I think the board might be helped to scroll to the last pages where there are a couple of renderings. Of course, we can look at these elevations and plan, but the renderings on the next two pages show the view from the street, as it were. I don't know if they can be zoomed in on at all, but basically it's showing the existing condition and then the proposed pool and cabana.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think the most telling is the last image, which the image with the rendering that shows what will be visible, which is the top of the doors and the offset salt box. Okay.
Yeah, and so just scrolled in on the bottom there. It says expected screening shown 6 feet tall, likely taller. That is my feeling. You know, we entered through here to clear the lot. I'm not terribly interested in high visibility from the road. So ideally, I'll plant something there that will grow tall enough that one won't see this.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Abby?
Well, just looking at this right on the road there, it even tells you it's 11 feet off the road. You know, this is good. So had you thought of flip-flopping the cabana to screen it from Somerset Road?
I did a little bit, but the reality is you can see the neighboring house beyond. You can see the bin that's in the construction bin, and then there's the neighboring house. And perhaps you can look at the site plan. I think that I may have that house on the site plan. So basically, the cabana would offer us privacy sort of at the pool vis-a-vis that building in the background that you can see. And in terms of the actual visibility from the houses on the opposite side of the road and the road itself, the visibility is limited.
Thank you. I think we're kind of got that picture.
Yeah.
I want to get to commissioner comments and
okay, sure.
focus on the appropriateness of
Yeah,
architectural elements.
it was a rhetorical question.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
I have concerns about the placement, the siting of this pool, right on the road. So that's my
And you
first.
have concerns, so the cabana is first. Do you have concerns about architectural elements, either the shape or fenestration?
No, go to somebody else because I didn't see that.
Okay, Angus?
Thank you. So I think the main concern for me is that southwest corner that is facing, it looks like the corner of, the intersection of streets.
Oh,
And
Phaedric?
you know what? Oh, excuse me, please.
Yeah, please, let's hold on. Just, we want to get through comments and concerns. I mean, we've got the site plan here and we can see where the road is and so on and so forth.
so
Angus, please continue.
So my concern is that hacked off corner and should be more of just a plain gable roof. So seeing that eave go all the way across in the south elevation and the gable come all the way down in the west elevation. And my guess is that weirdness is from a setback concern or something, in which case I would just rearrange whatever's holding that out so far that it would be necessary. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Val?
I'm looking for a locus map, so come back to me.
Carrie?
I'm concerned about the sighting of this thing as well. I think being so close to Somerset Road and not knowing the visibility from there is questionable. There's a lot of space near the house. So I think you could do a little bit better to try to screen this from the road.
Okay, thank you. Val, you want me to come back to you yet or no?
Yeah, because I still haven't found it.
Okay, so my concern is this kind of squunching it into the corner adjacent to the street. I think if this were rotated along with the pool, it could be, either this cabana could be located in a different location or the pool could be rotated so the cabana could be located in a different location. That would solve for the kind of odd salt box shape and the angular construction. And that will be visible from the street, which is problematic. So those are my concerns. Val? I didn't see the locus in here.
No, I just looked it up. And actually, looking at the locus map, it doesn't seem as if it's near the street. It's like down here. And there's a whole other parcel right there, so.
Can you, hold on one moment, please. Can you bring that back?
Right here, it's right here, right?
Yeah, so what's this line?
This is this lot right here.
Okay, no, there's a separate line there.
Cabana, right?
82 Somerset Road.
Okay. So guys, I want to orient, Holly, can you bring up the locus for this? Okay, because Val brings up I think a very valid point. That doesn't take away from the comments about the structure itself, but the relevance of those things diminish because really what's going on is what's proposed is the cabana is here. So it's behind another house and it's not along Somerset. There was a line here in the site plan and I thought that was representative of Somerset. So just not to sway either way, but Somerset is here, the pool here, the cabana here, observant, I presume, of setbacks. So if that changes anyone's perspective or comments, let's hear it now.
Well, so what were you saying, that it's not on Somerset?
My concern was that the cabana was going to be seen because I was looking at the image saying proposed view, expected screening, shown 6 feet tall. I was looking at this.
Right.
And I was looking at the site plan and there's a line in that area and I was
It's
thinking
here.
that that was road.
This
So,
is the site, and the thing is here. This house is here, and there's the cabana.
so my concerns about the cabana are alleviated by the location of the cabana, which is to say that it's not going to be visible.
Ooh, you know what, maybe we should see a view.
I like that idea. Well, let's go through the rest to see if anyone else has additional comments, and then we'll go from there. Val?
Okay. Based on my little research here, I don't have any concerns. Yes, it's unusual, but it's butting up to another piece of property behind another house, and it's behind the two houses.
Okay. What do we think about, I don't know that we're going to get consensus on this without a view. I would suggest we do a view. And do we need anything? I don't think we really need anything posted. Maybe one stake to show a corner of the cabana with a piece of marking tape on it, and see if you see it, you see it. If you don't, you don't.
Okay.
Is that, does anyone have a concern about that approach? I mean, I'm trying to figure out what to do next.
This is Angus. I think it might have been Carrie talking about the site and the siting of that cabana in relation to Somerset, where the pool is 11 feet from the road. It looks like that dimension. And it seems like it might make more sense to have the cabana over on that side and a simplified version of it, and the pool, going out from there so that it's screening the pool from Somerset. Originally, my concern was that southwest corner or the bottom left corner in the picture. I'm not sure about the orientation, but where it was hacked off, but there's has been since pointed out that that's facing the back of another property.
So registering the comment that you've made and Carrie made about the proximity of the pool, I think the view would still be beneficial because it will tell us if, for instance, the public right-of-way is, another 20 feet and it's vegetated and whatnot. So, our comments aren't going to go away. We all, each of us has them in our mind, and we could do a view, and then we could bring this back for further review.
This is the road that goes, just takes like a really big dip and then comes out again?
No, that's Friendship.
Okay. Okay. Anyway, I need a view.
Okay. So where we're going with this, Pedrick, is that we've got some questions that going and taking a look at will satisfy us. What we would request is that put stick a 2x4 in the ground on the westernmost corner of the cabana, approximately where it will be, with at the height of the top plate, a piece of, marking vinyl tape attached to it. And that we'll be able to see if we see it or not. And that will help to either solidify or alleviate concerns. I presume it will alleviate them on at least the cabana. And we'll also get an opportunity to view what we can of the site to see if the pool in that location is going to be a problem. So when would you be able to put a stake in the ground?
So may I add just a couple of comments, because I think it may help clarify things?
I would prefer you do it at the next hearing, because I think we're firmed up on a view. So have the comments when they can be impactful, when we're actually considering it again.
Understood. The triangular lot is my own, so it will be facing me. And the container that is there right now is actually the right corner of the container.
Okay, Pedrick, I think I just addressed that we're going to address your comments when we meet again. So I'm
coming down on Island on Tuesday.
Okay, when would you be able to put a stake in?
Tuesday.
Okay, so we won't be able to view it for next Tuesday's meeting. It will be the following meeting. So why don't you go ahead and stake it, send staff an email, and we'll know to go out, and then we'll have it heard at the meeting after we receive notification.
Sounds great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll get there. And then I think, I don't think, we want the same motion for the pool except for no staking involved. So we'll do a view and it'll track.
Okay.
And then hopefully the next meeting, we can just kind of put this to bed.
Sounds great. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. 5 Meter Street, hey,
Sorry,
Kim.
Mr. Chair, do you
Yep.
mind repeating the board on that?
Oh, yeah, sure. It's me, Abby, Angus, Val, and Carrie. And I'm sorry, which one are you?
I'm Patrick Quigley.
Oh, Patrick, okay, great. I saw
And-
Kim there, so I wasn't
Yeah,
sure.
so
5
I'm
Meter
here-
Street.
Off this,
I'm here to
please.
talk a little bit about 5 Meter Street. So as we see, 5 Meter Street, it's an infill situation. There's a front house on 5 Meter Street relocated from, or moved on from 44 Washington. What we have is a very strong structure with very distinct features. Behind this proposed location is a set of ROH neighborhood on 15 Meter Street. The houses, it's a cluster of them, a 15 meter. They establish a strong visual trend in this neighborhood. They show similar rooftops, similar size and styles of dormers, matching ridge lines, and matching fenestration. So what we're interested in doing is presenting a solution that molds the two together. We're looking for a complementary structure at 5 Meter Street to resemble the front structure in a lot of ways that the back structures match each other.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, your board is going to be myself, Abby, Angus, Connie, and Joe. And does anyone have any questions before we go to Holly? Okay, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an infill within the OHD. Being elevated, it needs to meet our resilient Nantucket design guidelines, and we will need an elevation certificate. I didn't see one in the file. It's also a really large file, really hard for staff to come through, so. The windows I noticed should be TDL and not Anderson, and maybe it was the doors that were represented Anderson, but it needs to be indicated. The meeting rails and the dormers don't line up, and the dormers, especially in the north, do not follow building with Nantucket in mind, do not utilize the entire space, so they need to follow that guidelines. And I also noticed on the elevations, it wasn't clear. I've seen everything from 29 feet, 3.5 inches to the ridge, but then I saw one elevation was 21 foot, 11 inches to the ridge, and we need to have consistency, and this is another reason why we need to have that elevation certificate with the format map elevations to match the elevation certificate. I also did want to mention that the commission did receive comments from abutters, which were mailed or emailed to you all, and they are here in the queue. I have 2 hands raised, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Before we get to them, Mickey, does your group have anything?
Yeah, a little bit. So when you look at the site plan, this building is very squeezed in as tightly as it possibly can get from the setbacks and the building in front of it. Excuse me. It's 8.5 feet behind the house. It looks like their porches and stairs are literally touching each other. So I think that it's just really creating a lot of density right there. This building, I would expect it to be more of the secondary structure, should have more of a secondary feel from the house in front of it, a little bit lower, a little bit more diminutive. Holly mentioned the dormer issues. The windows as drawn, for whatever reason, they just feel very small within the wall surfaces. I would suggest this building might work a little better as an actual 1.5-story building rather than the flush dormer 1 3/4 they're proposing. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. Okay, individuals in the, on Zoom who'd like to speak, Holly, will you select one person and then they can name themselves and their address and comment?
Kathleen Bowden is, she can be unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, Kathleen Bowden. I own 15B Meter Street. Thanks for the chance to share some thoughts tonight. I echo Mickey's comments. It's a very large 2-story house that's going to stand in very close proximity to the existing large 2-story house. As he mentioned, 8.5 feet between them. Taken alone, either building is pretty out of sync with the smaller size and scale of the surrounding cottages in this neighborhood, but taken together, They represent a very jarring juxtaposition to the structures around them and don't seem to reflect the building in Nantucket guidelines to make certain new buildings are compatible with buildings adjacent to them and contribute to the harmony of the street. The last point I'd make is that the corner of Francis and Washington is a very visible main gateway in and out of town. And so it would seem that this design would pose a particularly troublesome precedent and a very visible one. So with all of that said, I hope that the HDC can ask for a revision of the plans that would ensure a more appropriate design for the site. Thanks so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Kathleen. Who's next?
Susan Wagner, just need to unmute.
Good evening, Susan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. And again, I would like to echo what Mickey and Kathleen have stated, that the neighborhood has historically been smaller, lower level cottages. And actually on the current property, 5 Meter Street, there is a 1945 smaller cottage, which does serve as a secondary dwelling. In my opinion, the proposed large scale size height of the new structure just is out of context with the current neighborhood. And I just question whether it's compatible as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's see, who would like to begin?
Can I ask a general
Yes,
question?
go ahead, Abby.
Just to clarify, was there a demo of the buildings that were on the site previously?
A long time ago.
Okay, because I'm looking at the site and I see 2 buildings. But did we approve a demo?
Of this existing
Yeah.
structure? Not yet.
Oh, so,
Wait a minute.
so.
There's
but-
not a demo to be done, correct?
There's an existing cottage where this one's proposed, and we would want to get a move off and move on to move that structure off.
Okay, yeah, when I looked at the lot plan, I didn't realize that was the space. Go ahead, Abby.
Just that we usually do that first, don't we? Or,
Yeah.
I mean, all right. Because, you know, anyway, the buildings proposed are so right on the setback, so close to each other, you could hand the person a cup of coffee across the window. I mean, this is really shoehorned in. So as proposed, I could see one house on this lot, but this is really squeezed in. And then I looked at I see that there are buildings already existing there. So I think this is a little cart before the horse.
So what we're gonna do, just to clarify with this information that's been presented, is we're gonna be looking, we have this in front of us. We're gonna give you some feedback on the architecture. Obviously, there's some requirements. We need the format, some other information. And then we're gonna be wanting to get the application in for the proposed move demo. And we're gonna wanna look at that before we jump into this any further. Obviously, you could go through, we can approve a house, but you can't build a house where a house is. So the move demo is really the most relevant one to begin with. But we're here now, and let's go through this. Angus, go ahead, please.
So this was on my consent list, and the reason that I didn't put it on consent is all the reasons that have been mentioned. It's over programmed, it's too large, it's too close. There isn't, it's just, except like on a wharf or something, there isn't a situation where the buildings are so close together and there's no yard and space in between things. And there's really, the example just to the west of this, the 4 raised cottages are very atypical of the core district. And so that already feels unnatural, and I don't want to exacerbate that with more overcrowding in this area. And with the main house that faces Washington Street being just over 1 story, I mean, the eaves are lower than a story and a half. This needs to, being a guest house, needs to be less than that. So I think it would be looking more like a 1 story than a 2 story to be appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
Yes, I echo my fellow commissioners. This house is not in the character and setting of Washington, that area, Meter Street. It needs to be somehow brought down to scale. The house in front looms in front of all the other houses on Washington Street already. So I think that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, I think the applicant, excuse me, started the presentation about establishing a relationship between the existing structure and the proposed structure. And I think an important element to me, and that what you see all around town that exists between a primary and a secondary dwelling, or a primary dwelling and a tertiary structure on the same lot, is this shared yard space and some kind of a buffer between them. These just appear like they're adjacent to each other and they might have similar details, but from a site planning perspective, it just doesn't feel like there's a lot of harmony happening between the two. And it might meet zoning requirements, although I think it's worth looking into the setback requirements from a code perspective between primary and secondary dwellings, which I believe would also include these egress stairs that are shown here. I don't think you meet separation requirements. And my gut feeling is that an appropriate footprint size is probably about 60% of what's proposed. And maybe it's not so rectangular. And so I find it difficult to comment on the individual details here, but Holly alluded to them earlier. Relationships of meeting rails to dormers and window sizes seem kind of small and so forth. So I'm going to do a slow drive by and look at the details of this existing house a little bit more closely. I mean, clearly this area is in flux. Those cottages, those 4 cottages were, I think, among the first that were elevated above the floodplain. That used to be a cluster, I think, of 5 dwellings, the all kind of haphazard sheds that became dwellings. And so with any new construction requiring to adhere to the floodplain restrictions, we don't want to see a buildings elbow to elbow up on stilts in this area. So I think you have to be extra sensitive given the height that's going to happen naturally because of the floodplain. I think we need more separation between the buildings down there. And those are my comments.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it. My comments are, I think this area, the HTC as an institution has kind of let it get by us. 5 meter went in, I think, for the right reasons, but in the wrong location at the wrong height, especially as compared to 59 Washington, which is the immediate adjacent neighbor, and it's significantly lower on the flood elevation. And I don't know if that bears out in the ferment or not, but I will be looking at it. As it relates to this structure, what that means is I think it should be significantly smaller. Historically, these were cottages. The cottages in the rear were expanded when they were raised. I think that that's probably the maximum size that should be allowed. And I think we need strict adherence to the ferment with respect to the design flood elevation, especially if it turns out that 5 meters is a little bit tall relative to the design flood elevation, the maximum minimum that was required. So I think the message here is the size of the structure is too large for the space as a consensus element. The minimum amount, the maximum required amount of the lift should be adhered to, and we want to get this all tracking the move-off demo. Is that, Holly?
I got two things.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
One, I wasn't realizing that there was an existing structure on the lot, which is a contributing resource to the local National Historic District at approximately 1945. Resilient Nantucket design guidelines do allow these structures to be elevated, but not to the full maximum of FEMA height, obviously providing flood-proof mechanisms. That's why we have the Resilient Nantucket design guidelines. Infill architecture does have to meet the substantial compliance section of the building code, whereas the contributing resources does not. I do think that, that needs to come into consideration. Retaining existing built environment and elevating it to appropriate height, I think is something that's commissioned. That's why you have the design guidelines. Should take that into consideration versus a brand new infill architecture. But with that, yes, an application before you to either replace or alter the existing structure should be before you. And you do also have a public hand raised. Linda Williams has her hand raised.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, and just to clarify, when I say minimum FEMA height is, to my mind, the maximum height this should be. So they get minimum and maximum, but FEMA has a design minimum, and that is the lowest point that the structure would be able to be raised to or required to be raised to.
So, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to make another comment.
Bear with me just a moment. Linda, did you want to comment?
Yeah, I do a lot of work for Kim, and I move the other house and do the work on the house that's already there. I used to work for Alan Holgate, and all these things were on his property. Just a couple of things. If people are going to do drive-bys, take a look at the two ancillary structures that are on the old house on the corner of Fayette Street in Washington, which has another structure behind it raised up to the same height, because this is in the velocity zone, not the A zone. And they were required to come up to a certain standard if you're doing a certain amount of work, as you know, from a Concom perspective at least. Look at the one that fronts on Fayette Street. When you turn onto Fayette, right behind the old house on the front, which was raised, you'll see the secondary dwelling behind it. And the one in the middle, between the one that I moved over there from 44 Washington, you'll see another structure behind that. You spent a lot of time on getting those structures to be relate to the front structures, but smaller. When you look at this is in violation of zoning. It doesn't meet the 10-foot scalar separation. It doesn't meet the 20% difference in footprint either. So clearly, we're going to have to make this one smaller and more subordinate to the front one. We're going to have to deal with the parking requirement. There's a bunch of things that have to go into this. This is the first time I'm actually seeing it. It came in without my vetting at first, and we will fix this. But as far as the height out of the ground, there is an allowance in the zoning bylaw for that as far as height of the actual envelope, but this has got to be smaller. It's got to be set back away from the front one. I have to deal with the parking and I have to deal with the other setbacks. But take a look when you're doing the viewing of the other two lots and the ancillary structures that are behind them. It's going to be difficult to see the one in the middle, but if you go up Fayette, you can clearly see the other one and how high that had to come up. And that is more of an appropriate size relative to the structure that is there. I will give you the history of the cottage that's there because I know it, because I worked in all those cottages. So I would appreciate it going over, and we'll make some substantial revisions to this.
All right, is that your motion?
That's my
Go
motion.
ahead. Go ahead, you want to add a comment?
Yeah, my comment is, if you look on Meter Street, you'll find other homes at the same size, same height as the existing and the proposed.
So the thing here, though, is, I mean, obviously, we as a regulatory authority have certain controls, and we can put into effect. But there are, beyond that, Linda has identified and others have identified building code requirements with respect to separation, zoning requirements with respect to separation, with a second dwelling that otherwise you need a special permit variance, size changes that are required between the proportion of this footprint to the primary dwelling and so on and so forth. So I think what needs to be done, well, I don't think, I know what needs to be done for us to be able to pick this up and review it meaningfully in the future is, one, we want to see the demo, the move-off demo application. Two, you all need to do a deeper dive, which Linda has apparently volunteered for, on the zoning requirements, the code requirements, so that what's brought before us is something that at minimum is in conformance with those requirements, and then we will be jumping in on the appropriateness of the massing. We've already, I think, fairly, I don't want to say sternly, but I want to say, I think we've made clear that this needs to be a significantly smaller structure in order to get the support required for an approval, which is required for a building permit. So please take that into consideration when you do revisions, along with the other items that have been discussed this evening, and we'll have this project track the move-off demo. So can I get a motion to hold for revisions and more information, and including the format, and to track the move-off demo?
So moved.
All right, on your motion,
Aye.
Angus? Abby?
Aye.
Carrie?
I was
Joe?
not on.
I'm sorry, Joe?
Aye.
And Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to, boy,
Clifton?
yeah, 225B Clifton. Do we have someone here for that?
Natalie.
Okay, that brings us to 3 Newtown, Dale Oliver.
Yes, that's my nephew's, and I was just looking at it, and I'd like to make some changes.
Okay.
So I will.
So we'll hold that?
Yes, please.
So we're going to go to Ethan, and then I think in recognition of the fact that we had an 8:15 cutoff, we're going to call it a night after this one.
Thank you.
We've covered a lot of ground. I know there's a bunch of people who didn't show up, but we still got a bunch of stuff done, so I appreciate everybody helping with that. Ethan?
Good evening. Ethan Griffin, on behalf of the applicant. This is a proposed demo move off of an existing house on 8 Gulfview. I think the date of construction was 1984. Similar to the last one we were here for, I think last week. We just kind of want to get the process rolling. We do have some biters on 21 Pequot, so it sounds like people are looking for houses. I think this one could be moved relatively easily, so optimistic.
Okay, that's it.
That's it.
We love it. Can we go to the, yeah, perfect. Okay, thank you. Do we have concerns?
I had one comment.
Yeah, go ahead, Holly.
First of all, thank you for providing the original elevations here. That's pretty cool, at least from, I guess, maybe an addition that was done. It says De Silva. I'm wondering if that's Ron De Silva and not John De Silva.
No, John.
It was John?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I was stand corrected. I think that's pretty cool. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. And Ethan, you said you're hopeful this will find someone, obviously hasn't been advertised, so.
No, yeah, we'll use this as the catalyst to get that.
Okay. Concerns?
No.
I mean, it's a fairly simple move, given the simplicity of the structure, so.
Yeah, it's a weird width though. It looks like on the front, you're like, oh, they could do it. And it's got this weird sort of salt box thing in the back, which it might be a 2-cutter, which is always a death knell for these. So we'll see.
Okay, well, at the very least, we really.
We're gonna try.
Hope to get some salvage out of it. Okay, what do we want to do, folks?
Motion to approve a move?
Yeah, and probably a good idea for me to name a board, which will be Carrie, who I called on the last one incorrectly, Val, Angus, Abby, and myself. And Carrie, do you have, now that you're identified, do you want to comment on anything?
I'm okay.
Okay, thank you. Abby, on your motion?
Just clarify, it's a demo move off.
Move off demo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Move
we're
off
going to
demo.
start changing that.
Ask the golf club if they'd like it for a little caddy shack.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. That could be,
Yes, that's my motion.
Okay, thank you. On your motion,
I'm an aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
I'm an aye. Approval of minutes of June 25th,
Thank you very much.
2024. Thank you. Any motion? It'll be the same board.
I didn't read them, so I'm not gonna,
Angus is going to make the motion to approve.
I'm making the motion to approve.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val, you're abstaining.
yes.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I abstain. Please review the whole host of minutes. The Plus staff are kicking some ass on that. I can say that it's after 8 o'clock at night.
On the 8th.
Our next meeting is November 12th, and next week, remember, we're going to have our organizational meeting on the Thursday.
Next week,
Right?
tomorrow.
No, not tomorrow.
No, not tomorrow.
Not tomorrow?
It originally was, but.
No, because Ray's not here. We pushed it to the next week.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we pushed it to the next week because Ray wasn't going to be here.
We got the meeting posting. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, it's the next week because Ray wasn't going to be here.
That's what I
What
thought.
is, what-
Yeah, and I didn't know until yesterday, so.
Yeah.
so the
Gay Paris. Okay, so.
14th?
So the 12th and the 14th. And that's the meeting just on, it's a public meeting for commissioner comment, and it will be on our meeting
14th for the
efficiency
special
type
thing.
stuff. Next Thursday, yeah.
Plus I was
With
also-
it being,
Wednesday, we have an appeal and in front of the select board, so it's going to be a busy week.
You mean tomorrow?
Next Wednesday,
Oh, and what time is this special meeting on the 14th?
3:30.
3:30. And can I get a motion to adjourn a minute earlier than we were gonna?
So moved.
Same board as the last one. Abby, on your motion?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thank you, everyone.
Have a good night.